weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is your advanced AP class. In all things woke, we watch the farthest left of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian, the real-life socialists, the self-professed socialists, not CNN socialists, not AOC, not Bernie Sanders, not even champagne socialists like Vosh. We watch the real deal, the most prominent socialist activists in the space, the ones that are running around infiltrating universities and giving lectures at universities and writing books on all of the crazy topics that the socialists care about. And the reason that we started watching Socialism Saturday is because at some point I figured out that if we go back and we watch real socialists from like 2, 3, 4 years ago, what we see is that their crazy ideas that are discussed in university lectures and coffee shops and bookshops and by their socialist book publishers, like their crazy ideas go from being kind of like this fringe thing into the talking points of the Democratic Party today. So when you're watching Socialism Saturday, you are getting an advanced preview of the absolute insanity that is coming to us so that we can be better prepared, so that we can understand what's going on in the world around us, and we can create compelling strategies to be able to push back against this little Marxist revolution that we are all engaged in. And today we are going to have just a beautiful, shining example of why we started Socialism Saturday in the first place. Does everyone have a drink? I have two. We're going to be starting with this beer called Purple Peak. It is a Berliner Weiss because I like to start with something sort of red for Socialism Saturday. Does everyone have a snack? Because we're going to be here a while. Because today we are going to be watching a 2-hour lecture from Yale University. If anyone is confused about where these ideas are coming from, this lecture is from Yale University, and it is by a professor from Purdue University, and it is all about social reproduction theory. Now, does anyone in the chat have a guess about what social reproduction theory is? If you joined us for Red May, you will know what social reproduction theory is. But does anyone want to guess? We do a lot of pop quizzes on Socialism Saturday. As I'm waiting for people to chat in, I want to acknowledge Stephen. Carlin, I'm in London and I'm doing a 3-hour Karl Marx walking tour throughout Soho tomorrow, visiting where he lived, working. Stephen, you're going to have a great time. I didn't get to do the Karl Marx walking tour when I was in London, but I think I actually can't wait to hear about it. Definitely report back and let us know how that goes. But Stephen, while you're there, make sure you go to the Tate Modern. The Tate Modern has an awesome exhibit. I don't know if they still have it. I was there a couple of years ago, but when I was there, they had an amazing exhibit on propaganda, and it's really, really good and really relevant. There's all sorts of cool stuff at the Tate Modern, so I definitely recommend you stop by there. Make sure you go to the V&A as well. The V&A is like I wish I had been able to spend more time at the V&A. It was fucking great. But there's so much great stuff to do in London. Maybe Autumn can join you, Stephen, for the 3-hour Karl Marx walking tour. All right, let's see. Social reproduction theory. Let's see what. Yes, exactly. Yasmin. Some other people got it as well. But I'm going to throw it to Yasmin because Yasmin has probably the most on the point definition of what social reproduction theory is. This is about how society perpetuates capitalism through the family by giving birth to the future workers that are going to uphold capitalism. And if we want extra credit, what is this related to within the realm of socialism? Everyday therapist, abolish the family. Because as we know from watching way more of this content than anyone reasonably should watch this content, the number one goal of socialists, communists, they aren't exactly the same groups. They're different groups, but it's kind of the same idea. The number one goal of the far left is to abolish private property. What they consider to be private property are things like your home, your car, your kitchen, your business, anything that you privately own that is considered to be part of the bourgeois. They consider that to be private property, and they want to dismantle your ability to privately own such things because you will own nothing and you will be happy. These things come from somewhere. Now, in addition to your house and your car and your business and your land, etc., being considered private property, they also consider your children to be private property. And socialists want to abolish all private property. And so that includes your private, quote unquote, ownership of your children, because they want all children to be raised by the collective. Think about in Brave New World, where everyone belongs to everyone else. Think about in Logan's Run, where the state is in charge of birthing the children. Think about in The Giver, where they have family units in The Giver, but they're kind of like assigned family units, and the children aren't the biological children of the families that are raising them. That's what we're talking about. There's a reason this shows up in dystopian movies, right? They want to do that in real life, and that is what social reproduction theory is all about. So well done, everyone that got that correct. Be on the lookout because I do pop quizzes regularly. The whole point of Socialism Saturday is we want to learn this stuff. We want to internalize it. Yes, exactly. Hillary Clinton, it takes a village. It's amazing how many, coincidences you find when you start learning their language and you start learning what they want to do. And all of a sudden, you just see these coincidences showing up everywhere. How crazy is that? I want to give a big shout out to Christine. Christine, welcome. Hello, everyone. I'm a new subscriber. Christine, I want to warn you, and this is generally true for everyone who might be here for the first time. If this is your first Socialism Saturday, number one, welcome. Really glad you're here. Number two, Socialism Saturday is where I push you into the deep end of the pool, and you might struggle a little bit. And I say this not to scare you away because I do want you to be here. It gets easier, but your first Socialism Saturday is probably always going to be the most overwhelming because for a couple of reasons. Number one, socialists speak in code. So they're going to say words that sound like English, but it's not the English that you understand it as. They speak like a different version of English that only they really understand the code that they're speaking. As you watch Socialism Saturday after Socialism Saturday after Socialism Saturday, if you dare to come back, you will start to learn their language by osmosis. It's kind of like when you were in college and you're like, I want to learn French. Well, what's the best way to learn French in college? It's to go live in France, right? This is the same thing. We are immersing ourselves in the land of the socialist. And over time, you start to learn what their language means and what they really mean. And I try to put the pieces together for you, but we also have a great chat. Welcome, Nicole. Also, everyone let us know if this is your first Socialism Saturday. Welcome, Nicole. So glad you're here. If you guys have questions in the chat, or even like whether you're new or you've been here for a while, if you have questions about what they're saying, make sure you're asking in the chat because there are a lot of regulars on the channel that have been doing Socialism Saturday with me for the full almost year now that I've been doing Socialism Saturday. And so like, make sure you're asking questions in the chat. We will try to answer your questions. We'll do our best. But keep in mind, I'm not an expert in this. I literally learned how to speak socialist by watching Socialism Saturday on the internet. So I do my best to interpret. We also have a lot of smart people in the chat, so they can do their best to interpret. And we're all helping each other out. Two Ladies says, please remember, this is hardcore learning. The first 5 Socialism Saturdays were hard. It's much easier now. The craziest part is I'm able to see them much easier now that I have been here. And that is the entire point of this, guys. We want to learn their language. We want to learn how they speak. We want to learn what they're talking about. We want to learn what ideas they're pushing forward. Because when you learn it here, you're going to start seeing it pop up at your workplace. You're going to start seeing it pop up at your kid's school. You're going to see it start popping up on the news. You're going to see it popping up at that PTA meeting with the useful idiots that bring this garbage from the universities into these systems. And you're going to be able to recognize and say, that's Marxism. Like, I want everyone's Marxism light going off. And that's just the way it goes. All right, guys. So we are watching this lecture from Yale University from a professor at Purdue University. And actually, the reason I chose this is I don't know how to, I'm not going to try to pronounce her name. I'm sorry. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sure they will say it. And I'm not saying that word. I'm gonna do the super chats. Hang on. But I'm not gonna pronounce her name. But the reason I chose this lecture is I was actually looking around for a social reproduction lecture for us to watch, and this woman has given like all the social reproduction theory lectures. So she's like prolific in this area. She actually wrote a book about it. Let's read, and they're trying to be fun with it. What did Marx have to say about cooking dinner? The person we're watching today is a professor of South Asian history and the director of Global Studies at Purdue University. She is the author of The Sentinels of Culture, Class Education and the Colonial Intellectual in Bengal, and the editor of a now classic study, Social Reproduction Theory, Remapping Class, Centering Oppression. Her recent co-authored book, Feminism for the 99%, a Manifesto, has been translated into more than 25 languages. She writes extensively on Marxist theory, gender, and the politics of Islamophobia. Her work has been published in the Journal of Asian Studies, South Asian Research, Jacobin, Salon.com, The Nation, and the New Left Review, etc., etc., etc. And so we're going to see what she has to say. I do want to take some super chats. I saw another super chat come in way earlier. Let's just go back up in the chat. Hang on. There's definitely another super chat. I just want to get back up to the beginning. Hopefully I can see it. All right. I don't think I can see that super chat, but I do just want to do a shout out to Mandatory Carry. Thank you for that super chat you sent in earlier. And he's a great supporter of the channel. And I apologize I can't show it on the screen. That's just the way it works. Came in a little too early. Gala said, I found the Communist Manifesto in on the street where I live. It was dog-eared and marked in notes. Wow, now I have to read it. My God said so. Isn't that funny that you found a communist manifesto dog-eared with lots of notes? What that means, Gala, is that absolutely is a sign from the universe that you need to read the Communist Manifesto. Everyone needs to read the Communist Manifesto because the Communist Manifesto, number one, is free on the internet. I have a PDF on my desktop right now. You can get it. You can download the whole thing for free. Number two, it's a short read. Number three, it walks you through everything they believe. Everyone should really be reading the Communist Manifesto. It's like basic entry level kind of stuff. And the Communist Manifesto does talk about abolishing the family explicitly. And do you know what the Communist Manifesto says about abolishing the family? That they have to abolish the family because the children are considered private property and they want to liberate the children from their parents. And in the very next paragraph, that they're going to use the public schools to do it. They're going to use public education to fulfill their agenda of abolishing the family. What do you see happening in the schools right now? They are literally using the public schools to push critical gender theory, which is a subset of queer Marxism, which is also related to abolish the family, to degender all of the kids, or as many of the kids as possible, with some school districts having upwards of 40 to 50% of students currently identifying as non-binary, gender fluid, gender queer, etc., 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 etc. That's all because these people started a strategy 150 years ago to take over the institutions, take over the colleges of education, take over teaching, taking over the schools that they're teaching in, taking over public education, pushing their agenda through the public schools onto your children. And that is why we are in the position that we are in today. And the point I'm making with all of this is that the far left does every single thing that they are doing in the open for all of us to see. They don't hide it. They don't obfuscate it. It is not a secret plan, all right? They're doing every single thing in the open. All we have to do is listen. That's it. All we have to do is listen and pay attention. And that is what Socialism Saturday is all about. So, guys, that's what we're doing tonight for Socialism Saturday. So I hope everyone hunker down, get a drink and a snack. Let us know if you're drinking anything fun in the chat. Please do make sure you mount that like button for me, because mounting the like button lets YouTube know to recommend this stream so we can gather more friends in and invite them into this awesome, amazing world of far leftist dystopia so they can become crazy. Just like all of us, that's the way it works. I do have a couple things before we get started. Number one, are you subscribed to my Substack yet? Because you really should be subscribed to my Substack. If you enjoy things like Socialism Saturday, you are going to love the breakdowns that I do of the far left woke ideology over on my Substack. I explain the psychology of the woke left. I do Woke Left 101. I explain how it's showing up in current culture, stuff like that. I have a podcast. I have two podcasts. I have the Actively Unwoke podcast with an extensive series of archives that you can go in and listen to, all about fighting back against the woke left. I'm going to be launching some new episodes this week. It's been a while with that. I apologize, but it is what it is. I have other stuff to do. It's just the way it goes. I also have another podcast called the Inner Circle Podcast, in which, as of tomorrow, I'm pretty sure, you will be able to listen to the entire Unabomber Manifesto, because I'm reading the Unabomber Manifesto as part of the Inner Circle podcast. That's my premium podcast for subscribers only, and you can support the work I'm doing by signing up for $5 a month, $50 a year for right now on the Substack. That not only gets you access to all the free stuff that I put out there, which I do put out a lot of free content, but I do have premium content as well, just for subscribers. And also, if you subscribe tomorrow, you're going to be able to get access to my supporter Discord. But if you subscribe by tomorrow, rather, you're going to be able to get access to my supporter Discord, where we have movie night on Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow in honor of Nick Incognito. We are watching Black Hawk Down, which is his special birthday request. Nick has been a supporter for a long time, I think 3 years now, and he's really great. He helped me out so much at PorkFest. I really, really appreciate him. He helps out mod the chat, and he wants to watch Black Hawk Down because it's Patriot Movie Month for movie night in my supporter Discord, and we're going to have a great time with that. You can join us by becoming a member of the Substack, by becoming a member of this here YouTube channel, by joining Locals or Patreon. But if you had to pick just one, please, the Substack. That's the one I'm trying to build out. That is the most important one to me right now. And so that would be my recommendation. Also, currently, you can become a supporter on the Substack for $5 a month or $50 a year, which I think is a pretty good deal. I actually think it's too much of a good deal, because I am actually cheaper than many other content creators on Substack. And that will be something that I will be rectifying on Tuesday. Because on Tuesday, which is the 1st of August, I'm going to be raising my prices on the Substack and in locals and the other places too, to be more in line with what other creators are charging, to be $8 a month or $80 a year. So it's still cheap, guys. Like, I pay more for a cup of coffee at Starbucks than you would pay for a monthly subscription to my Substack, because I get a quad sugar-free vanilla soy latte when I go to Starbucks. And so, yes, I get a soy latte. I just like the taste better. Haha. I don't really care. I like the taste better. All right. And so my drink at Starbucks is actually more than I'm going to be charging for a month on my Substack. But if you want to get in at the $5 a month or $50 a year price, you need to sign up before Tuesday, because I'm going to raise the prices on Tuesday. And everyone who has signed up before Tuesday will be grandfathered into the old price. So now is the very best time to sign up. If you've been dilly-dallying or waiting or anything like that, we're going to have several hours together on this stream. Great time just to take care of that. And that way you'll be all signed up and your price won't go up. How great is that? So that's one thing you can do. Another way you can support the work I'm doing is by heading over to unwokeart.com, which is my merch store. Lots of cool merch over there, including the All Tiers Are Tasty line, which I am just so in love with. I love this so much. And people are starting to order the All Tiers Are Tasty tumbler, and I've seen some of them. They look great. The color just came out beautifully. There's a picture of Brooklyn Ways tumbler on my Twitter right now if you want to see what those things look like in real life. So you can get that line right now on the Substack. You can also check out the new Subversive series. As I mentioned earlier, the woke left is subverting our language to try to gain more power and all that stuff. And so we need to fight back against that. So I'm creating a line of things that you can actually wear out into the real world, like hats and stickers that you can stick on things, and bags and t-shirts. And these things are specifically designed to help you explain the language that the woke left is using. So we've got, for example, the whiteness means capitalism hat, which I can't wait to get my whiteness cap. I just think it looks really cool, first of all. But also, like, I want to wear this out into the world. I think that's amazing. I love it. I can't wait. Anyway, so the whole point of these is to start conversations with people. If you're wearing this hat out in the world and someone says, "What does that mean?" Guess what? That's an opportunity for you to explain that anytime you hear the word whiteness or white supremacy or things like that, they're not talking about skin color. They're talking about capitalism, because the number one enemy of the woke left is not white people. It is capitalism. Everything they're doing is trying to subvert the system. And so we got to tell people that, guys, because if we don't tell people that, no one will ever know. Rottweiler, thank you for the super chat. This is why we need anti-communist education in schools, not by book banning like the far left and right wants, but by teaching Marxism in a non-red washed fashion, just as the Holocaust is taught. I couldn't agree more. In fact, they used to have this. I have anti-communist education textbooks that I started buying off the internet from like the 60s and the 70s. They actually used to do this, and then they stopped doing it. I can't imagine why they stopped doing it, but I do think it would be a great thing to start again. Thank you so much, Rottweiler. Anyway, guys, you can check out all of the stuff I have over on unwokeart.com, and I really do appreciate it. Let's get into our socialism bingo. Oh, shoot. Let me do that again. Let me pop this bingo card in the chat. If you would like to play Socialism Bingo, go ahead, grab your card right now. Let me pop this in the chat over on Rumble, just in case anyone wants that. And thank you guys for watching over on Rumble or Odyssey or Rockfin. I really do appreciate it. If you want your Socialist Bingo card, just click Generate Card. All cards are unique. You get a free square in the corner, in the middle, and then we go for lines or we go for corners. If you're really lucky, you get Solidarity twice. There we go. I'll fix that at some point, but it's still my amusing little version of equity for the moment. And just a way to keep us kind of paying attention, stuff like that. If you get a bingo, shout out bingo in the chat. You don't win anything, but you'll get a hearty round of applause. And then we go for blackout bingo. Maybe someone will get a blackout bingo today. It's going to be a nice long stream. It is what it is. Wow, didn't show up in my live sugs. The algorithm hates me. The algorithm does hate me. And that is all the more reason that everyone needs to mount that like button for me, because the algorithm isn't going to do me any favors, but you guys can help me out. And I do have a way to try to subvert the algorithm. I actually have this Substack called The Cult, where if you want to get notified when I'm going live and what I'm talking about, this is a completely free thing that I set up just to give people an option to try to get around YouTube notifications, because YouTube doesn't notify people when I'm live, because why would it? So I created my own website to notify you when I go live. So if you want to keep on track of what I'm doing, this is a completely free website. You can donate through it if you want to, but you don't have to, in which I will send you an email saying, here's what I'm talking about today, and here are the links to watch, and it will go right to your email outside of YouTube. And then you can look at what I'm talking about and you can decide whether or not you want to join me. So you can sign up for that. That is thecult.substack.com. That is a second Substack that is not to be confused with my primary to Substack. They're two different things. So if you're signed up to one, you're not signed up for both. But this is just like an extra little thing that I'm trying to subvert YouTube. It's the way it goes. All right, guys, let's dig into it. We've got a 2-hour stream all about social reproduction theory. After I start this, I'm going to pour my beer because God knows I'm going to need it. Guys, let's get this party started.
Welcome back for those of you who've been here before. Welcome to the next installment of this series at the Whitney Humanities Center at Yale called The Value of Marx's Capital. A little bit tongue-in-cheek, but we're trying to think about the new values that can be produced by reading it.
Look, nice and red.
And reading it today.
Perfect.
With some of the most interesting interpreters of the text.
Cheers, everyone.
These are the Franke Lectures in the Humanities. The series is a companion to an undergraduate seminar at Yale. Can you all just give me a thumbs up if you
Oh,
can hear me?
good.
Okay, good.
The series is a companion to an undergraduate seminar at Yale, which means that all undergraduates have to take the undergraduate seminar, probably.
Thank you. Got nervous there for a minute. And it also goes along with the work that my collaborator, Paul Reiter at OSU, is doing on a new translation of Volume 1 into English, which I am co-editing with him. That should be out, we hope, in our lifetimes. I need to thank, first of all, the Franke family who make possible the Franke Lectures. That's Richard and Barbara Franke. These lectures are intended to present important topics in the humanities to a wide and general audience. I'd like to thank Alice Kaplan, the director of the Whitney Humanities Center, who's already doing brilliant things, beginning in her first term. Sandra Malan Bowles, who's an administrator at the Whitney, who's organized everything. On the back end, Leanna Hirschfeld-Crowan, who's our graduate assistant.
Beth just got the All Tears Are Tasty tumbler. Thank you, Beth.
Audrey Leek, who is our undergraduate assistant running the show, the technological show.
You guys are getting them before I'm getting them.
Do what we always do, which is have a presentation. And after that, we'll take questions. I'm going to ask you to keep your questions, note them down, and then to put them in the chat after I give the signal, and we'll go through them one by one as they're relevant to the talk. Don't post your questions now because they'll get lost. I like to start with a quotation from a work by our author. And here I'm going to quote from the introduction to a book edited by T.T. Bhattacharya, Social Reproduction Theory.
T.T. Okay, T.T. That's less intimidating than I thought.
The special separation between production, public, and reproduction.
Thank you, Beth. I appreciate you, Queen Beth of the chat.
Then the labor that is dispensed in both spheres must also be theorized integratively. I take this to be a kind of a motto and a project that
oh fuck, I forgot my knitting.
Carrying out for
God
many years.
Damn it.
And I'd like to introduce her.
I said to Victor when I went down to get my beer, I was like, Victor, don't let me forget my knitting, because we watched a movie last night. We watched Nefarious last night, which was pretty good. It wasn't like a bad movie. I wasn't complaining, but like we watched Nefarious last night, and I brought my knitting downstairs, and now my knitting is downstairs. I'm gonna text my wonderful and deeply understanding and committed husband to bring me my fucking knitting.
Professor T.T. Bhattacharya is a professor of South Asian history and director of global studies at Purdue University. She's the author of The Sentinels of Culture, Class Education, and the Colonial Intellectual in Bengal from 2005.
Ooh, that sounds
and has
delightful,
been
Sarah.
a longtime activist for
That sounds
Palestinian
really
justice.
good, actually. I love
She's
limoncello.
a type of person who brings her intellectual work together with her work as a social justice activist in the most admirable way, locally, across the world, with students. So I'm really very happy that she's here. She's written extensively on Marxist theory, on gender, and her work has been published in the Journal of Asian Studies, South Asia Research.
I love
and
you,
she's
Victor.
one
You're a
of
good
the
man,
authors
Victor.
of Feminism for the
Thank
99%,
you.
along
Look
with
at that.
Cinzia
Best
Arruzza, who's going to
husband
be here at the end of the
ever.
series, and Nancy Fraser. I'd like all of us to, if we can, virtually applaud and welcome Titi Bhattacharya to the series. Welcome.
Thank you, Paul, for that very, very generous introduction. I also have a few thank yous before I start. Thank you, Paul North and Paul Reiser, for inviting me to this brilliant project of sort of discussing Capital Volume 1 at a
Well, that
moment
makes
of real
sense, Beth,
crisis.
because I was like, when Glenn Beck showed up at the end for like a special cameo, I was like, what does this have to do with the Blaze? So it makes sense that that he produced it. It was a good movie. I enjoyed it. They did a good job.
In our world, and discussing it with not just the general public, but also very crucially with undergraduates in the university. So thank you.
Okay, I'll turn my
also
mic
want to
down a little bit and
thank
everyone has to turn their
Leanna
volume up.
and Audrey for helping me with the presentation. And thank you to all of you who are tuning in.
Okay, guys, I cannot make the socialists louder. The socialists are as loud as they can go. But what I can do is turn down my microphone. We all have to work together for this to work. I'm turning down my microphone volume, and everyone needs to turn up the volume on whatever they are watching, okay? So I have now turned down my microphone volume, and I'm turning up my personal volume so that everything will be louder. Everyone understand the plan? All right. Let me know if I need to turn my volume down on my mic anymore.
And I look forward to engaging with you on this issue. This is a very important seminar series and a very unique one, because I had the good fortune to actually hear the previous speakers for this at the seminar. And it's unique because usually when I speak about Capital Volume 1 or Marxist theory in general, I have to spend a lot of time introducing what social reproduction theory is. In this seminar, my colleague,
is the volume okay?
Lucia Pradella,
Let me
has
know if the
already
volume's okay.
introduced social reproduction theory before my talk. So I'm very grateful.
It's
that
quite
this
possible
has
I just
already
shouted,
been a
Kurt.
live
I didn't actually turn it up. I
category
just
of
shouted
engagement
louder.
and conversation. So I'm going to start with, I'm sorry, there is something wrong.
Should we put up your slide presentation? Are we at
All right,
that
I'll
moment?
turn my volume a little bit more.
No,
We'll let
it's,
Audrey know.
Is that
sorry,
good?
it's
I don't
not,
think we've seen her before,
somehow
but
my
you know what?
file is not.
Actually, I think you might be right, Jane. I think we may have seen her at like an Abolish the Family thing. Yeah, guys, socialists suck at technology. We do the best we can. I'm sorry. It's just the way it goes.
Opening properly. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, it is now. Okay. So Capital, for most of you who have engaged with the text quite extensively already, know that it is, of course, about the working class, and hence it is about labor. But this claim can appear a bit controversial because, barring a few passages and the very famous chapter on the working day, Capital as a text is actually predominantly concerned with abstract labor or the value form of labor. So what do I mean about the value form of labor? Meaning that the text talks not so much about work or labor, except that famous chapter, but about labor power, the capacity to labor, which is what the worker is forced to sell to the capitalist. And the text also spends a lot of time discussing how that labor power, through a rather tortuous process, turns into surplus
No
value or
besmirching
profit.
thought.
But since it is capital that best teaches us that the value form violates and extinguishes all sensuous properties of human labor, Marx's central concern in Capital appears to be tracing the procedures of that extinguishment rather than establishing the subjective conscious aspects of human labor. This particular reading of Capital as a text organized solely around the form determination of wage labor has actually led some Marxists to make a further analytical leap about the indifference, if you like, of capitalism as a mode of production. So for instance, Ellen Nixon Wood, a prominent advocate of this view, has argued that, Audrey, could we have the first slide, please? Thank you. So it's the next slide, Audrey. Thank you. So Ellen Wood has argued that sexual and racial equality are not in principle incompatible with capitalism. The disappearance of class inequality, on the other hand, is by definition incompatible with capitalism. So in other words, we can have a capitalism where there is no sexual or racial inequality, but we can't have a capitalism where there's class equality. In this reading of Marx, capitalism as a system is reconstructed as the first and only exploitative system that does not require the production and sustenance of extra economic inequalities. The existence of such inequalities is seen as contingent rather than exigent to the system, whose reproduction can be assured simply through the wage form or through the extraction of surplus value between economically unequal but juridically equal subjects.
Well, yeah.
Social reproduction.
So isn't this interesting that they're using something, again, this was 2 years ago, so keep in mind things have changed in a couple of years, but this should still be relevant. So we can have social equality under capitalism. Well, isn't it interesting that they're saying that? Because, of course, critical race theory is the weaponization of race to use it as a tool to convince people that the world is racist and therefore we need to, abolish all this and abolish that in order to create problems that destabilize the system. And then they blame those problems on capitalism. If you do an experiment sometime and just look for the words whiteness and capitalism on Twitter, and you're going to see that people use those terms almost like interchangeably because they mean the same thing to them. And they're also saying that sexual equality can exist under capitalism, and yet we have critical gender theory and critical queer studies that explicitly calls for the abolishment of capitalism and the destabilization of the system in order to bring about gender equality. But of course, they're also not talking about equality, are they? Like, this says equality. What is the woke left interested in that sounds like equality but is not equality? Could it be equity? Right? Maybe are they saying that sexual and racial equality is not incompatible with capitalism? Exactly. Equity, equity, equity. But I'll bet you they wouldn't say that sexual or racial equity is compatible with capitalism. We'll see, I guess. Stephen, thank you for the super chat. Ilhan Omar needs a whiteness means capitalism hat based on her recent white man comment, which conservatives are missing the point about. Conservatives miss the point about everything. They really do. I legitimately got into like a day-long argument on Facebook today because conservatives, I kid you not, I'm going to write about this on the Substack. Conservatives are now arguing that a children's book that says seahorses dance together when they want to have a baby. And when they dance together and they have pictures of seahorses like swimming around each other, when the seahorses dance together, that's when they get pregnant with a baby. Conservatives are complaining about this and saying that they're grooming kids with seahorses. They're complaining about a lesson that is perfectly age appropriate in seahorse reproduction is grooming kids. I swear to God. I swear to God. I have the picture of it and everything. So yeah, it's not surprising to me. What's my point? That conservatives always focus on the wrong things and don't understand what they're talking about. Not you, Beth. Beth, you are an exception. I'm not saying every conservative. I'm saying conservatives as a general rule. There are conservatives that are on Socialism Saturday. And I appreciate, I don't give enough love to the conservatives that do show up and do learn and do listen and do the right things. And so shout out to the conservatives that are doing the right things like Beth. But no shout out to conservatives that are complaining about seahorse reproduction as though that's a serious effort in grooming. Anyway. Marianne, you probably are the exception if you're here. You probably are the exception. It's true. Go teach your conservative brethren. Honestly, we need them to learn.
Theory, a conceptual apparatus primarily developed from Capital by Marxist feminists, I will argue today.
Thank you, Catherine, for the super sticker. I appreciate it.
Capitalism and of Capital Volume 1 that is actually more consistent with Marx's own method than this hypothesis of capitalist indifference. Next slide, please.
I don't need to see videos of that bot.
I make this argument in 3 separate but related ways. First, at a general level, by looking at the status of labor in capital. Second, through a more specific argument about capitalism's systemic unity.
All right, everyone,
sort of
focus.
Harkens back to the quote that Paul used from my essay earlier. And finally, through an empirical argument about how it is exactly that labor power is differentiated, dividing the working class into distinct sectors. So let me preface my argument with some very brief remarks about social.
Well, barefoot. Okay, I'm defocusing us again to address this point. Barefoot in Alaska says, I'm trying, but I will say I'm sick to death of grooming. There are books, explicit books in the classroom. The books are not how they are grooming your kids. The books are a distraction. The books are a explicit distraction. While you guys are expending all of your energy and all of your time and all of your resources banning books from the library, do you know what happens? You guys get one book and it's replaced with like 5 more that you don't even know about. And then you get and let's just say you find out about those 5 books and you then go through the months-long process of getting those books banned. Each of those books you got banned going to be replaced with 5 more books because the woke left has specific publishers that are churning out these books. Like, they come out all the time. They're churning them out. And so as soon as you guys get one book out, you are creating actually a bigger problem because now infinite numbers of books are going to be added to replace those books. You are creating a constant game of chasing your tail, and you're making the books more appealing to the kids to read. So if you just left it alone, it is entirely possible that like no one would have even known about these books before. But the minute you start banning books, and yes, it is banning books. I don't care what rationalization you give. It is banning books. The minute you start talking about this, guess what's happening? The teachers in your kids' classes are going, your parents are trying to ban these books. Why are your parents trying to ban these books? Do you know these parents are trying to ban these books? And then all of a sudden, a book that these kids had never heard of and never had any interest in at all, they're like, why are my parents trying to ban that book? And then they go find the book and they read it. Okay. Kids have always had access to explicit material. Now, am I arguing that it should be in schools? No, I'm not arguing it should be in schools. I don't think it should be. But the reality is that teenage boys always had Playboys hidden under their bed. They always had that. Like, this has always been a thing. And so the conservatives making a big deal out of it has actually made the problem worse, not better. And they are still going to get shown to your kids. They're just going to do it in more subversive ways that you don't know about and can't fight against. And while you're doing that, guess what the actual leftists are doing? They're focusing on the curriculum. They're attacking, they're passing policies and getting policies implemented in schools that you don't know about, that solidifies everything they're doing as part of the administration, as part of the teacher professional development, as part of the curriculum. They are actually working night and day to embed every leftist strategy that they possibly can in your child's curriculum that you don't know about, and in the school policy manuals that you aren't following along with, because you're spending all your time and energy banning books that are going to get replaced within a day of you banning them. So they've got you in a constant thing of chasing your tail over here. You guys are literally being distracted by the magician's assistant while the magician is doing the trick over here, but you guys are only paying attention to the magician's assistant. That's what's going on. And does Florida's book vetting process slow them down? Nope. Because the books are not how they are indoctrinating your kid. The books have nothing to do with how they're indoctrinating your kids. How they're indoctrinating your kids is classroom instruction, mostly things that you don't even know are being taught, that are not being taught out of books, that are being taught out of lessons that the teacher creates, that are being taught by worksheets that the teacher downloads off the internet, that are being taught by videos that your kids are being shown that you don't know about. That's how they're indoctrinating your kids. They're not indoctrinating your kids through books, guys. It's not happening. This is all made up. And they're winning. They're winning because you guys are taking the bait and you're not thinking and you're not looking at the bigger picture because you just want to feel like you're doing something. And I understand the inclination to want to feel like you're productive. I really, really do. I understand the inclination to wanting to feel like you're making a difference. But when you are fighting fundamentally the wrong problem, when you are taking the bait and the distraction of library books and you're focusing on that, you are not fighting the correct thing that you need to fight in order to fix the actual problem. You're doing what you're doing is busy work. The left has literally, with this book stuff, the left has literally handed you guys busy work. These are things that don't even matter. That they're giving it to you to distract you so you don't focus on the things that do matter. That's what it is. So no, Florida's process is doing absolutely nothing to slow anything down, and no one wants to hear it. Rottweiler, thank you for the super chat. Not quite, Dr. K. The explicit books aren't a distraction entirely. Yes, they are. This is what Luke Couch did in Hungary in 1914 to sexualize youth, to separate from their parents. There's no easy solution. That's not the point, though. That's not the point. Is that the point of the books? Sure. But that's not the bigger picture. The actual materials that are being used to actually sexualize children and actually make them question their gender and actually make them believe that they're trans when they're not trans are not the books. That's not how they're doing it. So can those books, if used in a proper way, achieve that purpose? Yes, but that's not how they're doing it. So while I appreciate your example, and I do think there's merit to your example, that's not how it's happening in schools. And I know because I've investigated more school districts than like the average bear, and I can see exactly how it's happening. All right, guys. Long rant. Let's get back to it. I apologize. Thank you for allowing me to get some feelings out.
reproduction theory, or SRT, and its theoretical contours. Fundamentally, SRT theorizes labor power and the practices that enable its reproduction within capitalist social relations. Situated within and
hang on, got a super chat coming in from Philosophist. Thank you. Dr. K, they don't want to hear it because it means someone else isn't solving the problem for them. Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right, guys. If I'm ranting and yelling about something, it's because I'm actually trying to steer you guys in the right direction for a reason, because you're off course, because you have this savior complex. I'm not talking about philosophist here. I'm probably not even talking about people watching this channel right now. The conservative right has a savior complex where they are desperate for a savior to come in and save them from everything so that they don't have to do anything. Because they see it like God. They're like, if we just pray enough and believe, then God will come and save us and Jesus will come and save us. It is a Jesus fetish. And they believe that as long as they pray hard enough, they don't actually have to do anything in order to defeat the left. And that is fundamentally wrong. And that's what's going on with this book banning bullshit. It's all nonsense. It's a distraction. It is the literal magician's assistant that's twirling around the stage wearing a sparkly outfit with big boobs and her butt showing and all that stuff. And people are like, oh my God, the magician's assistant's so pretty, twirling around the stage. Well, the magician's over here doing the actual trick. And you miss how the actual trick is done because you're paying so much attention to the magician's assistant. That's what's going on. Anyway.
And following from the conceptual architecture of capital, SRT proposes that, next slide, please. One, the labor expended in the production of commodities, that is at the point of production, and the labor expended for the production of people or workers who produce such commodities are part of the same capitalist totality and together constitutive of value. And the second proposal is that the working class family is the primary, but not the only, site for the reproduction of labor power or the reproduction of the working class as a whole.
Hang on.
SRT identifies capital's.
The working class family is the primary, but not only site for the reproduction of labor power or the reproduction of the working class as a whole. You guys now see the problem, right? They need to abolish the family because the working class family is the primary producer of the oppressed proletarian. You guys get it?
Contradictory relationship to labor power as a key feature of the system. How is it contradictory? Because on the one hand, capital needs a steady, predictable circuit for the reproduction of labor power, since it is the source of capital's profit and hence its own reproduction. So it has to have reliable means.
She just said the family is the source of capitalistic profit.
That labor power is reproduced constantly. But on the other hand, that labor power is actually reproduced by human beings. And hence how it is reproduced, to what extent labor power's capacities are developed.
Exactly, Vince. Exactly. Because the family is the source of producing the thing that gives capitalism its power. They have to take over the means of production of the worker, namely the biological family. This is why we have like 6 or 7 videos for Socialism Saturday specifically about abolish the family. Because the socialists believe that the family is the primary but not only site for reproduction of labor power that upholds the capitalist system. They need to take over the means of production. That means they need to take over the means of production of the worker, which is the biological family. So this is why the push for artificial wombs. Yes, Marianne McKay. Yes, exactly. This is the push for artificial wombs. This is the push for surrogacy, etc., etc., etc.
develop may not always align with capital's needs. Thus, all sites and processes.
It's also the push for abortion, by the way. It's also why they're doing this shout your abortion, celebrate abortion, normalize abortion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I say that as someone who's pro-choice. But the shout your abortion stuff really pisses me off. And so that's why they're also pushing that.
For the reproduction of labor power are ultimately arenas of contestation between labor and capital. The former constantly tending towards a greater share of civilization to develop and further human capacities. So that's labor's job. While the latter, i.e. capital.
By the way, I don't actually think, I know I'm stopping a lot, but I have things to say, whatever. I don't think that surrogacy should be banned. I don't. I think that if adults want to enter in to a voluntary agreement about how they use their bodies, that is their business and that is their choice. I have no problem at all with Dave Rubin and his husband having kids via surrogacy because it was a voluntary exchange on all sides and they're gay and they just don't have the parts and they wanted kids and it is what it is. So I don't have a problem with surrogacy. I do have a problem when we're talking about all children being born via surrogacy. That to me seems a little misguided. But like in this case of Dave Rubin, surrogacy was actually done to support a core family unit. And so it's not even about necessarily, here's the thing, like Dave Rubin and his husband are raising those kids as though they are their biological kids. And I think they actually are their biological kids, right? Because like, didn't they do the sperm and all that? So they are actually their biological kids. That is actually upholding the you always have to think about things as either they are upholding things or they are working against something. Surrogacy in this case is upholding the biological family because it is actually still their biological kids. Whereas if everyone was born via surrogacy and kind of handed out or raised by the state, that would be an example of trying to work against the biological family, which we don't like.
Training to reduce such a share and mold labor power and such capacities to create and maintain the productive worker that capital needs. So let's look at some examples, right? So think about what kind of a worker capitalism needs and how do we attain it. So in that sense, you have great discipline at schools to produce the perfect subject for work later on in life. You have, the heteronormative family as the ideal that capital is most comfortable with in order to reproduce labor power. So you have all these institutions, but then these institutions do not always work as reliably as possible because look, we're at Yale and we're teaching Capital Volume 1, i.e. we are encouraging you to actually think about the system rather than comply with the system. So there's always
destabilizing the system.
Contradictory relationship between the processes of the production of.
She just said that the fact that they're teaching this at Yale is a reflection of the fact that they want the students learning this at Yale to think critically about the system rather than just complying with the system. It is a direct call to destabilize the system, which is one of the 4 goals of the woke left, which are always and forever: gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. She literally just said that the existence of this course is a direct call to students to think about how they can themselves destabilizing the system.
Commodities and the processes of the production of labor power. So slide 5, please. And we can see that this contestation happens, I'm not sure if you can see both of the photographs very well, that this contestation then can happen both at the point of production and outside of it. The first photo is of homeowners in Chicago actually protesting redlining, and the second is a point of production, obviously a worker strike at Woolworths. And we'll talk about this more later. So SRT then is at its core concerned with the gendered, racialized reproduction of labor power, and capital as text is fundamentally concerned with how surplus value is produced and with what consequences. Then how are the two related? So positions such as
Autumn is our resident socialist, and she's annoying as fuck, but we keep her around because sometimes she gives us insightful information. She's probably going to get banned someday, but that's all right. Autumn, stop trying to gaslight my chat, because there is no banning of childbirth. No one said that childbirth is going to be banned. What we pointed out correctly is that there are people on your team who have literally written books called Full Surrogacy Now that are lectured about at universities all over the country and having book tours and all that stuff, because they're not suggesting banning childbirth. They are suggesting doing it in the form where no one has their own biological children. Everyone feel free to block Autumn if you don't want to deal with bullshit. I'm just saying.
Helen Woods above that we talked about try to demonstrate that capitalist social relations as they unfold historically ought to be theoretically separated out from the abstract or logical architecture of capitalism. So in this view, you can have a historic capitalism, which is how it really happens, but Capital Volume 1, it can be argued, is actually the abstraction and is not really about history or anything. So this particular derivation of capital and approach to capitalism are, in my view, actually at odds with both Marxist methodology and the project of capital. Capital Volume 1 is indubitably about the value form of labor, and we can certainly find passages in Marx which might support the argument that economic categories ought to be considered distinctly from their historic unfolding. However, we cannot lose sight of the fact that what distinguishes Marx's method from non-Marxist ones, say Ricardo's concept of fixed essences, is that Marx rejects a separation between reality and its apprehension in thought. Instead, his methodology establishes a dialectical unity between them, operating simultaneously at both logical and historical levels. To be clear, Marx is not proposing a simple unity between theory and reality in any naturalistic way, but of how theoretical categories actually derive from historic developments. This does not mean that such categories are reflective of immediate appearances. Indeed, as we know from our reading of Marx, they may be their mirror opposites. Rather, his method discloses a constant upward spiral movement between theory and reality, or appearance and essence, however you want to think about it, becoming more complex at each successive level of determination. So this relationship between Capital Volume 1 as a theoretical text and history or reality existing outside of the text is often cast as a relationship between abstract categories and concrete histories, right? So far we've argued that there is a relationship between the abstract categories and concrete history, but actually Marx goes much further than this simple relationality. So what is an abstract category? Let's try to unpack that a bit. An abstract category, commonly understood, is a static one, right? One that doesn't move, doesn't change with historical change and so on. An unmoving part separated from a dynamic whole, which can reveal to the analyst key features of.
Hang on, if you are feeling the need, if you're, listen, Marianne, you're relatively new. It gets easier, I promise. You got to grin and bear it, girl. This is like training. You're in training right now. If it's hard to sit through it, I suggest alcohol. This is like going to the gym. First, you do a mile on the treadmill, then you do 2 miles on the treadmill. First, you lift 25-pound weights, and before you know it, you're lifting 50-pound weights. It's training. Hang in there. Drink more. Weed would also be an acceptable alternative, but absolutely. Alcohol, weed, whatever you need to chill. I don't judge.
Of that whole, because that whole is impossible to study in its totality or complete complexity. Marx himself uses several such abstractions, money, commodity being two of the most common ones, to understand history and the nature of capitalism. But unlike bourgeois approaches to abstraction, Marx's methodology refuses all static forms. Hence, one of the key theorists, according to me, of Marx's method, which is Bertil Ohlmann. Bertil Ohlmann has argued that Marx sets out to abstract things, in his words, as they really are and happen, making how they happen part of what they are. Hence, capital or labor or money is not only how capital appears and functions, but also how it develops, or rather how it develops its real history is also part of what it is. So just to sort of do an aside here, if you remember in the German ideology, he and Engels mock Bruno Bauer for attempting to prove an antithetical relationship between nature and history as if, and Marx says, and I quote, these were two separate things, unquote. In contrast, a Marxist abstraction, so this sort of category that you abstract from the whole to understand the whole, a Marxist abstraction encloses within it both a history of its becoming while disclosing its possible future. For instance, within the abstract category capital, we also find its past, which is the so-called primitive accumulation, as well as forecasts of its future. Constant expansion through surplus value extraction, the accumulation drive, creating the world market, and so on. So the past, as well as the future, is enclosed in the abstract category of capital. So while we may find these categories in whole or in part in other epochs of history, i.e. in other modes of production, like we will find money or labor and so on, they either remain unrealized in their function or play entirely different roles from their current incarnation. When they combine in the capitalist mode of production, they do so as being simultaneously saturated with their past while establishing new relationships within themselves. So the history of pre-capitalist practices thus cannot be separated or severed from the explanatory categories of capitalism. So this is a digression in sort of abstract, how the methodology that I think is useful in going back to.
Hang on, I want to acknowledge a very nice compliment about me, as I'm prone to do, because as all you know, I am indeed a raging narcissist, of course. And Reagan is feeding my narcissism tonight when Reagan says, Carlin, I just finished your book. It's very good. You should talk about cameras in classrooms more on your channel. Well, the thing is, Reagan, I did. I tried talking about cameras in classrooms, and then Matt Walsh stole my idea and bastardized it and stole all my talking points and ruined everything. And so there might be a day that I return to cameras in classrooms. I had actually planned to return to cameras in classrooms, except that then the conservative right canceled me 19 Ways from Sunday, and they made it impossible for me to do any actual activism because once again, they focused on bullshit. And so I think it's a really good idea. Matt Walsh is now leading the initiative of cameras in classrooms. He's very dedicated to it. With all of my talking points and all of my materials, maybe Matt Walsh could get a nice little copy of my book to be reminded of the initiative that he stole. And maybe someday it'll happen. But that's the way it goes. Thank you, Jen McMahon, for a member chat, for being a gold member of the channel for 2 months. I do appreciate it. Jen says, Marx wants a dictatorship of the proletariat, which I feel like they always leave the part of the ideology out. Very interesting. That is correct, Jen. Marx does want a dictatorship of the proletariat.
Reading Capital. And once, we have this methodology in place, let us now revisit Ellen Wood's claim that the extraction of surplus value is the primary concern for capital, and hence how that process happens, i.e., whether that process happens to racialized, gendered, or ableist means, is actually incidental to capital's central pursuit, right? So remember, we are now talking, so if we use that idea, then Marxist methodology doesn't really apply, because as we try to establish, that the abstract in Marx actually discloses the history of the category itself and discloses its unfolding. So as we've already then established, that even abstract categories in Marx carry historical lineages and futorial allusions. In a sense, this should be enough to reject Wood's claim of capitalist indifference. But there is actually a case to be made for indifference as regards to capitalist forms, not, however, in the way that Ellen Wood conceives of it. So let us take the abstract category labor as it appears in Marx. It is just banally true that human beings have always labored in a diversity of historical epochs and social formations. But labor as a simple category that Marx uses to build the theoretical infrastructure of Capital, Volume 1, when economically conceived in this simplicity, says Marx, it becomes, and I quote, a modern category as the relations which create this simple abstraction. So under capitalism, labor as such, not any specific kind of labor, not the sort of act of building a table or teaching or cooking, not any specific kind of labor, but labor as such becomes the basis for the creation of wealth. To conceive of labor in this, its most simple form, was an analytical leap taken by classical political economy, which actually Marx is very much in support of, and absolutely gives props to Adam Smith. He wrote, it was a tremendous advance on the part of Adam Smith to throw aside every limiting specification of wealth-creating activity, not only manufacturing or commercial or agricultural labor, but one as well as the others, labor in general. So, Smith first came upon this idea, and Marx follows very much from it. But how did classical political economy arrive at this generalized form of labor? Not simply because laboring was an ahistorical category common to all epochs, but because labor under capitalism had become for the first time labor in general. So the theoretical conception of this general or simple form of labor was only possible in the historical actuality of very developed totality of real kinds of labor, of which no single one was any longer predominant, unquote, as Marx put it. So abstraction, in this case, the abstract category of labor.
This is natural, Laura. Hang in there, push through.
Many determinations of the concrete.
Okay.
While the concrete could.
For people who feel like their brain is totally glazed over right now, we're about a half hour into a 2-hour presentation. This is normal. It's normal because she's not saying anything of value. Okay? This is what they do. Socialists will use the strategy of boring you to death to get you to stop listening. You just need to push through. That's why we play bingo. This is why we do knitting. We get a craft of some sort. It's just the way it goes. But this is by design. This is a feature, not a bug. And you just got to hang in there, because this is the classic academic thing of she's going to take 812 words to say something that could really be summed up in probably a sentence. And we just need to keep going, because it's going to get, there's going to be a point in which she starts to actually get into the meat of it. And you just got to wait. Patience is a virtue.
Only be conceived of as such through the simple abstraction. So it is only when the system itself, the historical system itself, was indifferent to what kind of labor. Remember the first 5 chapters of Capital Volume 1, right? So all of you've gone through it. So the most general abstractions, Marx reminds us, arise only in the midst of the richest possible concrete development, and I quote Marx, where one thing appears as common to many, to all, then it ceases to be thinkable in a particular form alone, right? So it was the historical.
Hang on, Danielle says, I used to think that licensing parents would be a good idea before I realized what it would take. No, it's a horrible idea. You should definitely not do that. Because the minute that you start getting the state involved is the minute that they set it up for the state to take control of the children. The issue is that any old Joe Schmo raising kids is not turning out functional, sane human beings. It's not the parents, it's the schools. It's the schools that they send them to. It's not the parents. Well, okay, I'm not going to make the argument that all parents are good. A lot of parents really suck. But the fact of the matter is in their formative years from ages 4 up until 18, children spend significantly more time in the public schools than they do with their family. This is just basic math. They spend significantly more of their waking hours in the public schools than they do with their family. If you take the kids out of public school, you are going, that is 75% of the battle in most cases. Now, that's not to say that there aren't bad parents out there. Of course there are bad parents. And every single parent out there, every single one, is going to fuck up their kids. I don't mean to burst anyone's bubble, but all parents make mistakes. It's not intentional, but they're human beings, and it's the way it goes. But the schools are the primary problem.
Development and the concrete unfolding of it that allowed classical political economists to have to make that analytical leap towards abstraction. So you can see here, I'm sort of building this argument that the concrete and the abstract actually have a relationship in Marx, in the methodology. So now you can see where I will go with this, with whether the creation of surplus value is indifferent to how surplus value is produced, right? So that's the argument we are leading up to with all this discussion on the abstract and the concrete. It is because indifference in real sense is expressed in the historical form that it can be grasped as such in the abstract theoretical form. It is because individuals in capitalist society can fluidly move from one form of labor to another that both the category labor and labor in reality has become, and I quote Marx, the means of creating wealth in general and has ceased to be organically linked to particular individuals in any specific form. Hence, far from there being an abstract capitalism indifferent to historical forms and an historical capitalism marked by concrete social relations, Marx's methodology urges critical thought to unite theory and reality in actually transformatively radical ways, right? So we don't need to have this sort of historical capitalism versus abstract capitalism. We should actually think about, Marxist methodology challenges us to think about rejecting this sort of a division in thinking, but think about a dialectical unity within the categories themselves. So accordingly, Marx posits abstract labor in Capital Volume 1, and you are all very aware of this, very carefully. And he posits it as one aspect of his labor theory of value. Subjective forms are concrete labor, the analytical twin of abstract labor, and social labor, through which the value form is organized, are all understood as different aspects of labor operating as a unity, right? So
what I'm thinking about this right now to make this really easy for people is, don't get caught up in the idea of like this form of labor or that form of labor or this other form of labor, because it's all word salad. It doesn't matter. For what we need to understand from this, and please feel free to argue with me in the chat if you think I'm wrong. The idea that just summarize it down to like, labor is the working class that upholds capitalism, and we, through social we need to take control of the production of labor in order to, get rid of the evil capitalistic enterprise. So just think of it as like the working class, essentially.
Importantly, Capital Volume 1 is about why and how abstract labor dominates over the other aspects and submits them to the law of value, right? So that's really, but it doesn't mean that there is an abstract labor that we study about and then there's concrete labor. It actually shows you why abstract labor dominates over concrete labor. If the other aspects of labor, like concrete labor and social labor, appear as muted shadows of abstract labor, then it is not because Marx is reporting on reality in any simple way. These other categories in Capital have a much more significant role to play in the totality of Marx's argument. Concrete labor or social labor actually, these theoretical categories actually signal the limits to capitalism's ability to reduce workers to simply being potential sources of surplus value, okay? So we should think about these categories not simply as explaining how surplus value is created, but also these categories signal the...
When they say surplus value, they mean profit. They believe that like business owners making a profit is illegal, or not illegal, like immoral. It's not, it's obviously not illegal. It's like evil. It's like a bad thing. And so they believe that in order to make their profit, that business owners who they consider to be bourgeois, right? The CEO class, the owner class, really bourgeois is just private property ownership. And they believe that they will fundamentally exploit the worker in order to use that worker to make as much like value, surplus value, profit as possible. That's what they're talking about.
Limits to what capital can extract from us.
Thank you,
so
Kurt.
Let us look more closely then at the relationship between abstract and concrete labor and their respective roles in capitalism. A system organized on the basis of abstract labor, as we argued before, can only...
And Akshay, this is great too. Akshay says this is what they mean by systems of oppression. They mean the modes of production in capitalism. The biological family is one of the modes of production that upholds capitalism. This is a really, really, really good point. Every time you hear systems of oppression, think back to this, because all it means is a mode of production that upholds capitalism.
Here, when different forms of concrete labor performed by historically situated people are forced into a relationship of equivalence via the market, production for which takes place solely for profit rather than for human need. So the system reproduces itself through the production of commodities, a process involving abstract labor or labor in its value form, but constantly rubbing against this process while nested within it, human beings reproduce their lives through concrete, historically laden actions. Reproduction of life-making practices and the reproduction of value must be simultaneous and continuous, okay? Which is the reality of capitalism, but also a sense of anxiety for capital, right? Because it does not have the kind of control it has at the point of production over the production of commodities. It doesn't have the same control over the production of life-making or reproduction of life-making, if you like, because it doesn't happen at the point of production. So slide 6, please. Two preconditions attend to such a system, that is capitalism. One, that people are forcibly torn from the means of production such that access to their subsistence or life-making is only available through the mechanism of the market. And second, if the system is able to ensure its continued reproduction by reproducing the social relations that scaffold the market and the extraction of surplus value. In other words, capitalist social relations must continually reproduce the workers' dependence on capital. So both things, as you can see here in this wonderful feminist graphic from the 1970s, both things are happening at the same time. The woman is split down in the middle. To my left, she is, performing labor in the domestic sphere. Many of you listening in can identify with that, especially during pandemic times.
Okay.
Your children.
So the point that she's going to be making here is that women are the poor, put upon victims of the biological family. Why are women the poor, put upon victims of the biological family? Because not only do women have to birth the worker, not only do women have to go out and be a laborer in the capitalist society in order to take home a pittance to their household to support their family, but then women also have to do the unpaid labor of raising the children that they birthed to support the capitalist system. That's the argument in general that's about to be made.
Children at home and pulling at your skirt. And on the right, on my right, she is also working in the workplace. And you can see, I always find this very interesting because there is a clock that marks time in the workplace. So so it's a one.
Why is she especially interested in the fact that there is a clock that marks time in the workplace? Why are clocks considered to be a bad thing in the mind of the socialist? Does anyone have any guesses? This is a pop quiz. I want to see some answers in the chat. Why did she specifically point out a clock as something that is bad? And those of you who read my Substack should know this because I recently published an article that explains why time is considered to be white supremacy. Exactly. Time is white supremacy. Being on time is white supremacy. Clocks are white supremacy. Why? Why are clocks and time considered to be white supremacy? Yes, they're going to say it's a construct. They do say that time is a construct, which, I mean, you could make an argument that it is. Yes, Reagan! They believe that clocks, time, uphold whiteness. Whiteness means capitalism, okay? So clocks uphold whiteness, ergo, clocks uphold capitalism because clocks and the social construct of time teaches people that they have to be quote unquote productive at all times within the capitalist system. Well done, guys.
Wonderful image that shows both sides of capital, how capital reproduces itself as a system. So the dominance of abstract over concrete labor, of value over use value, create the conditions for and necessitate the production of a worker compliant to capital's every whim. Okay, because if there isn't a compliant worker, then there would be no system. So that's capital's need, right? But if this were the whole story of Capital's Volume 1, then celebration of its 150th birthday would be held at Wall Street. But how, if at all, is then resistance part of this story? If Marxist theory requires all parts of a social totality to be connected through internal relations, how can resistance to capital be shown to be imminent to the reproduction of capital, right? Because resistance can't be from the outside. It can't be an external relation. That's going against Marxist methodology. And this is where, to go back to our point, social reproduction theory, deploying capital's methodology, but building upon some of its silences, affects a category transformation of the concept of labor power as the analytical causeway, the analytical bridge between capitalist reproduction and anti-capitalist resistance. So even the most creative reading of the concept of labor power and capital shows, and this is, the feminists' big fight with Capital Volume 1, that the text presupposes the existence of what is being reproduced. So labor power is just there in Capital Volume 1, theoretically. It's a category that's just there. Discussion of labor power begins not from where or how it has been societally produced, but the ways in which, in its commodity form, it sustains the production of surplus value. Differently put, conceptualization of labor power in the text is limited to the form in which it is useful to capital. SRT agitates this capital-oriented view of labor power and performs in theory a reverse movement away from the site of commodity production to the site of the reproduction of labor power.
Oh, so the whole point of social reproduction theory is to move the focus from the business where the labor is already produced and working, and they basically are reverse engineering things to go, we're not going to focus on the business that's already doing, we're going to go several steps before the business to focus on how the workers in the business are born, because if we can do that, then we inadvertently, well, not inadvertently, then we covertly are going to be taking control of the business, because we're taking control of the means of production of the workers that exist in their minds only to support the business. Does that make sense to everyone? Jen McMahon, I blame capitalism for taking advantage of the sun and the moon. Wink, wink. Well, they actually probably do say that. And we can go back to but that would be farming, probably. And I think that they're okay with farming because, socialists are farmers, a lot of them anyway. Well, no, they should be farmers in theory, but in a lot of socialists would have to be farmers in a socialist society, I think is what I'm saying.
So labor power, for those of you who've read the text, I'm talking about the students, and in the seminar, you know that it is nominated variously in Capital as unique, special, peculiar commodity, because it is presented as the only commodity, and in Marx's famous words, whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value. And I'm so excited to see how Paul Reiser and Paul North will translate that passage. I'm really excited to learn from that. But
Why are
SRT
they against
reveals that
farmers,
there is
George?
another aspect
Why is
to
that?
labor power's peculiarity. It is a commodity, undoubtedly, but it is a commodity that is not produced capitalistically. That is, within the direct ambit of the capital wage relation, labor relation, right? So it's produced outside of it. The feminist who pioneered some of this thinking, Lisa Vogel, has shown that it is produced and reproduced what Lisa Vogel calls a kin-based site, which is the working class family. So this insight is crucial,
site.
and it is crucial in three important respects. First, because it expresses the dialectical unity of what we had argued previously.
Oh, so George is actually making a really interesting point right now, because George lives in Brazil, and he says in Brazil the socialists hate the farmers because they are the biggest industry and the country and the landowners. Well, that makes sense, because socialists are going to want to take control of all the farms that are private property, right? Socialists don't want farms to be private property. They want them to be controlled by the state, and then they assign workers to work the farms to create the food to feed society. And if you don't work, you don't eat. So that actually makes sense. They would like the farms a lot more if they had control over them.
The historical and logical form of capital, right? Labor power, SRT shows, can only become available to capital through distinct but reliable sets of gendered, racialized social relations that create their own institutional forms of sustenance, such as
Jen says, I can understand being upset with big farming corporations like Monsanto. I mean, I agree, Jen. Like, Monsanto is like, it's like a perfect example of like why these people have a problem with capitalism, because capitalism upholds companies like Monsanto. Well, I mean, the thing is yeah, I mean, that's true. And Monsanto is a horrible corporation that does horrible things in the world. However, I just would argue, and I think you would argue as well, that abolishing capitalism is not the best solution to fixing Monsanto and making Monsanto better. I mean, because abolishing capitalism is going to hurt everyone, whereas, I don't know, putting other measures in place to take down Monsanto might be a better option.
as the monogamous heteronormative family form.
Oh,
Older historical forms may be recast.
She just attacked the monogamous heteronormative family. Hang on. I just want to listen to that part again. She just attacked. So now we've gone from social reproduction theory to her saying that this is the unit that produces the labor and all that stuff, and that women are put upon because women have to do the unpaid labor of caring for the children they don't even really consider them to be children. They consider them to be like future laborers. But I want you to listen to her attack the heteronormative, like, standard family.
Capital, right? Labor power, SRT shows, can only become available to capital through distinct but reliable sets of gendered, racialized social relations that create their own institutional forms of sustenance, such as the monogamous heteronormative family form.
So the family can only produce value for capitalism if it's like the monogamous heteronormative family, which is what most families are. That's the attack on the family right there. We just hit abolish the family. Does everyone see that?
Older historical forms may be recast. New forms may be created and mobilized, but it is only through concrete social relations and sensuous human labor that labor power is produced and made available to capital. Second, being attentive to labor power not as it appears before capital, but as it is produced and reproduced, SRT introduces, or rather restores, to capitalist totality a sphere of social relations where life-making activities proliferate. Life-making
activities. She just called having children life-making activities. They like to rename things in order to make it seem more like standardized and blah, almost as if they're creating their own production line, right? You're not having a child, you are engaging in life-making activities.
Goal is to increase surplus value in the sphere of production. The worker's goal is to enhance her quality of life, or a qualitative enrichment of her labor power and her selfhood through the satisfaction of her needs. SRT reminds us of the power of these life-making activities by workers, for they seek to impose brakes on the process of accumulation as capital is forced to pay for them through wages and social benefits. So let's go back and look at this picture, right? So look at what is to my left side of the graphic, which is one way that this woman worker could enhance the quality of the left side of her
Wait for it.
of her work sphere.
Here it
is by having public childcare.
Oh! These are the moments that we listen for, guys. She just said, you know what would make this woman's life so much better? If the public took care of her of the product of her life-making activities. Did everyone hear that? Because remember, this woman is put upon. This woman has to go and work a menial job in order to take care of her family. That is the burden of oppression that the system of capitalism places on her. And then in addition to that, she has to go home and do the unpaid labor of taking care of the product of her life-making activities. So wouldn't it be nicer if the public just took care of the product of the life-making activities? Let's just listen to that again.
Right? So look at what is to my left side of the graphic, which is one way that this woman worker could enhance the quality of the left side of her of her work sphere is by having public childcare.
And she actually called the home her work sphere because they consider it to be unpaid labor to take care of your own children, and thus they consider the home to be the work sphere.
The crying child on the floor would actually be at a public, well-funded government childcare institution.
Let's just have the government raise our kids.
She's ironing.
What could possibly go wrong?
Laundries and so on. And so if on the right side of the graphic, she went on strike to demand that, then that is actually, again, putting a brake on the accumulation process for her to enhance the quality of her life. So you see, there's
her life will just be better if we just turn over the care of the product of her life-making activities to the government. You know, because her quality of life will just be, she'll have so much more time. She'll have so much more freedom. She can be an artist. Does everyone see? See, like, we had to listen to 40 minutes of bullshit to get to the point. This is why we sit through the boring stuff. This is why we train for this, all right? We had to sit through 40 minutes of bullshit word salad to get to the point where she is explicitly explaining that the point of social reproduction theory is to get the children into public childcare that is run by and controlled by the state, so that the woman laborer doesn't actually have to be a mother.
Relationship between the production of commodity and the reproduction of labor power. So finally, there is a clear strategic component to SRT. Life-making social practices by workers are not simply congeries of activities to satisfy needs. They have the potential to carry an anti-capitalist charge. Struggles to enhance or expand such practices will always reveal the balance of class forces, that I want better public health care. In fact, I want my health care to be free.
Oh,
I
isn't that
want
convenient?
education to be free.
Well,
This
everything's
is not to
free.
claim that any
Everything's
or all
free under
struggles by
socialism.
workers to improve their living conditions are all anti-systemic struggles. But it is to argue that that they carry that the potential for that sort of anti-capitalist charge. The struggles that are about enhancing the sphere of life-making for workers can thus reveal, often implicitly, but sometimes explicitly, the upper limits to what the working class can claim in its goal for self-enhancement and liberation. Thus, they carry the potential of teaching the worker in struggle.
They consider doing public childcare and the state taking control of the children to be enhancing. What did she say explicitly? Hang on, I lost it explicitly. What did she say? To what the working class can claim as its the true potential of the working class. Hang on.
What the working class can claim in its goal for self-enhancement and liberation.
They believe that putting children into public care will allow the working class to liberate themselves in order to live their best life for better self-enhancement. This is like when I went to that socialist reproductive justice conference, and after the lady had the self-managed abortion, she went to worship herself at the abortion shrine that was specifically about worshiping the self. Socialism is it's a fundamentally narcissistic ideology. It really is. It's all about the worship of the self to the detriment of everything else. We got a couple super chats that came in. I just want to acknowledge them. Jen says, yes, finally, Adventures in Babysitting 2. Yup, still, no one leaves here without singing the blues. Note the sarcasm, Marxist. Thank you, Jen. And then Stephen B., thank you for the super chat. We don't have capitalism. We have more crony capitalism, government, corporate collusion. We should return to free markets. Well, Stephen, that is a different problem, my friend. And I'm going to be honest, guys. I understand the argument. I really do. In the context that we're having it now, it is counterproductive because there are two things that need to be upheld. That if these two things are upheld, the woke left cannot win. They cannot complete their cultural revolution without these two things. Number one is the gender binary, the idea that there are men and there are women. And that and there are two. That is sacrosanct. You can call yourself whatever you want. I don't care. But if you uphold the gender binary, then you're cool. The other thing that needs to be upheld is capitalism. Every single time we have arguments about crony capitalism, crony capitalism, crony capitalism, crony capitalism, you are not upholding the system of capitalism. You are undermining the system of capitalism. And I promise you, your enemies are going to use you going crony capitalism, crony capitalism, crony capitalism, crony capitalism, not as a way to enhance free markets. They don't want free markets. They want to abolish capitalism. And so, Stephen, you're actually making the socialist argument for them. I'm not suggesting that capitalism is perfect. I'm not suggesting there can't be improvements made. But when you are directly undermining capitalism, you are actually giving the actual socialists a huge gift. Because they're going to say the same thing. This is literally the socialist argument. We don't have real capitalism. We have crony capitalism. Therefore, we need to abolish the system and usher in a new system entirely because we just don't have real capitalism anymore. They're never going to argue for free markets. It's never going to happen. So I would suggest using this argument sparingly because the use of the argument will be taken and twisted and manipulated by the left, and they're more powerful. This is not, what I'm describing right now is not fair. And I want to acknowledge that, because your fairness and justice values, and you're like, that's not fair, they're taking it and twisting it. Well, yeah, they are. But guess what? They have more power than you do. They're in the power position. They play by different rules. People who are in the power position play by different rules than people who are not in the power position. It is incumbent upon us to be smart about the arguments that we're making. And I don't think this is a good argument right now, because there are more important things, and sometimes you just have to pick your battles. Let me see. Another super chat. Jenny's getting inky with it. Have you noticed it isn't about getting rid of problems, but about changing the thing with the problem to be accepting of the problem? Yes, because they don't care about the problems. The problems are immaterial. What they care about is, again, guys, the 4 goals of the woke left are always and forever the same. Gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. That is all they care about. They don't care about solving problems, because the problems destabilize the system. And then when those problems actually become pain points for people, they're going to blame capitalism on those problems. And so they can usher in their Marxist utopia. This is a feature, not a bug. But yeah, you're right, Jenny. Thank you.
Thus, they carry the potential of teaching the worker in struggle the most important political lesson about capitalism, that while the wage form exists, life-making activities can...
No. Jack's asking, can we put ourselves in a power position by arguing for reforming capitalism? Nope. Nope. Never gonna happen. Not gonna happen at all. It's a fool's errand. You can give it a try and it will fail. I'm gonna save you a lot of time. You don't have the numbers. This is a numbers game right now. You don't have the numbers for this. And it'll never work. Sometimes, guys, you need to pick your battles. You can't fight every battle that's worth fighting at any given time. We have real problems right now. And if you are fighting in a way that the conservative right does this shit all the time, where they do something that we're just trying to solve a problem. Well, you might be trying to solve a problem, and it might even be a real problem, but the left is going to take what you're doing and twist it and use it against you. So you may have solved maybe a tiny little problem, if you had any success at all, but you've actually created a much larger problem because you did not take into consideration that the woke left will use every single thing that they can use against you. So nope, not going to work. I'm sorry. I wish I had better news. I really do.
Never be free of the drive for accumulation, and thus real emancipation of life and labor is only possible with the abolition of the wage form, right? So we can demand, for instance, that we have free abortion on demand, we have free medical
abortion,
care,
ding, ding, ding.
Education. And in certain contexts, capital will even grant that, but immediately try to claw it back when it can, right? So again, this sort of struggle to constantly win back from capital are...
No, Reagan, you need to resist the urge to do what conservatives do, which is to make themselves poor, oppressed victims of the world. So we should never do anything? Bro, you just finished my book. My book is an entire book about things you can do. I give you, Reagan, I give you checklists in that book, bro. I gave you literal checklists of things you can do. So don't read my book and then come into my chat, and when you get an answer you don't like, say, so you don't want us to do anything? That doesn't make any sense, bro. there are things that you can do, but you also need to acknowledge the position that you are in. And if you fight battles that are stupid, you are going to make the problem worse. So do you want to make the problem better, or do you want to make the problem worse? Because it's very important to understand that if you choose the wrong battle, you will make the problem worse. You have to think about how these things are going to be used against you. The book banning stuff is a perfect example of this. The very, 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 very minute that Moms for Liberty in Tennessee started pushing the book banning bullshit a year ago, I came out and said, this is the wrong battle and this is going to be used against us and you need to stop this bullshit right now. And what happened? The left has had a field day with the book burning bullshit for an entire year. The left has every single day since Moms for Liberty started trying to ban books. And by the way, they aren't just banning books with the porn, they're going after every kind of book. It is a completely unstructured strategy. Every single day, the left has used that against us. Every single day. And so I'm not, of course, suggesting that you can't do anything, but we need to be smart and we need to be strategic and we need to be underdogs and we need to be scrappy and we need to be unorthodox in our strategies. You can't just, if you're fighting, this is a battle of David versus Goliath, okay? We are David. We are not Goliath. The left is Goliath. The right is David. Okay? Or I shouldn't even say the right because I'm not on the right. The anti-woke movement is David. The woke left is Goliath. And so if you're David, if you try to run right at Goliath, he's going to stomp on you and you're going to die. Okay? How did David beat Goliath? David was agile. David was scrappy. Didn't he have like a slingshot or something and hit him in the eye? Like, you have to acknowledge the position that you're in the fight. And this is why it's also so dangerous that the right seems to think that they're winning, because they're not winning. And if they think that they're winning, they're going to act like they're winning and they're going to do something stupid like run right at Goliath, and then Goliath is going to stomp on them and everyone's going to be surprised that they lost. I'm not going to be surprised that they lost because the right is not winning. Like, they're not. And so we just have to be smart about it. That's all I'm saying.
Life-making activities, or our potential for expanded life-making activities, is a continuous process, and it'll never end till the abolition of the wage form itself. So if SRT establishes
I can speak Christian too. I studied the Bible for like 4 years.
Labor power and its reproduction through particular gendered and racialized social relations, it also raises more troubling questions about the procedures of its reproduction. The production of value and the extraction of surplus value, as demonstrated in capital, have certain tendencies and counter tendencies that seek equalization throughout the system. But the hallmark of capitalism surely is its deep social inequality, both between the capitalist class and workers,
bourgeois,
and
proletariat,
the classes themselves. So the production of surplus value unpacks the secret of inequalities between capital and labor. But what explains the sustenance of inequality amongst workers, right? What explains the wage gap? What explains the racialized wage
There is
gap?
no wage gap.
So traditional Marxist accounts of racism within the working class, for example.
Wait, Yasmin. She just said it. Hang on. Shit. I may have, okay, hang on. Where is it? Here it is. So Yasmin, you know how we talked about at the beginning that like we were all surprised that gender and race were considered to be like sustainable within a system of capitalism. She just literally made the argument for equity, where she said that capitalism produces a wage gap based on race. So we said at the beginning, everyone remembers, we were surprised that she was like, racial equality can still exist under capitalism, but class equality cannot. And we were kind of like, huh, what's going on there? And then we were like, I wonder if she's going to get to the equity argument, which is, of course, equity. The difference between equality and equity is equality is about equality of opportunity. Equity is about equality of outcome. She just literally made the argument that racial equity cannot exist under capitalism because of the racial wage gap that exists. Let's listen.
The argument goes that workers compete with each other as individual sellers of labor power on the market, and historically dominant sections of the class compete with the more vulnerable sections of the class over jobs, pensions, and social benefits, right? So all of the racism is then reproduced or produced in the first place within the labor market itself, right, for competing jobs and so on. So I agree with the broad outlines of this account. But I think SRT urges us to push the question of differentiation further and pitch it not just at the level of the labor market, but at the level of production of the value of labor power, okay? So the labor market is about the price of labor power, but we want to situate the question at the level of production of the value of labor power, okay? So the value of labor power as a commodity, we all know, and this is again your first 5 chapters of Capital Volume 1,
Yes, Carol, yes. Competition is race. Why is pop quiz for the chat? Carol, I'm really glad you made this. This is actually putting it so clear, and I wouldn't have thought to put it this way. Pop quiz for the chat. Why is competition considered to be racist? Yeah, I think I might have rewound to the wrong part, Yasmin, but that was effectively what she said. But pop quiz, why is competition considered to be racist? Because competition is the opposite of equity. That's exactly right. When you have a competitive system in which one person gets the job and another person does not get the job, or one person negotiates this salary and another person negotiates this salary, that is inherently going to lead to an inequitable outcome, because equity is about equality of outcome, not equality of opportunity. So what she said, and I apologize for missing the part, but if you go back and watch the recording, she definitely said this. She said that there is a wage gap based on race that exists under capitalism. Well, why would that wage the point that she's making is capitalism cannot be equitable based on race, because people are not going to end at the same outcome.
All commodities under capitalism, the value of labor power is determined by the value of the means of subsistence that is needed for its reproduction. So next slide, please. So this is your
next slide.
Sorry, Audrey, the next slide, please. Oh, there we go. Thank you. And there are,
well, of course it's not true. Of course it's not. Socialists always lie.
Sometimes, because that's what the...
I'm going to make a t-shirt that says socialists always lie, because they always do. This is why we watch Autumn like a hawk, because Autumn lies in this chat like all the time. We will have something playing on the screen, and then Autumn will be like, you didn't just hear that thing you heard. Socialists always lie. Like, it must be a day that ends in Y, I guess.
The federal minimum wage is, right? forget the fact that it's been stuck there. But you know, the wage basket, as it were, is your means of subsistence that creates the labor power. Okay, but Marx reminds us that for this peculiar commodity, labor power, and in contradiction,
I am going to make that shirt. I'm not joking. I'll have it up by the end of the night. I'm not even joking about that.
There enters what Marx calls,
what colors do you want, Sin?
Historical and moral element in the determination of its value. Now, what the hell does that mean? Because he says that there may be.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I just thought I
Mute yourself.
Sorry.
That's
Socialist.
okay. So what is the historical and moral element? So this
that's not a bad
Marx
idea,
introduces
George.
this concept.
That's a really good idea. I'm gonna fool with that a little bit and see if I can make. That's a really good. So I've tried doing Pinocchio noses in AI art, and it really doesn't understand Pinocchio noses. But I'm gonna give it a try. Oh, you want a Barbie pink shirt, Sin? Okay, I'll see what I can do.
To say this, that there might be a lower limit to what the laboring body needs to reproduce itself, right? So there is only, you can only like be hungry to a certain level or thirsty to a certain level, after which the human body will die. So there can be a lower limit to what the body needs to go
all
to
right,
work the
all
next
right.
day.
I'll make
Okay?
a Barbie pink shirt.
But
relax, everyone.
there can be no fixed upper limit to the worker's necessary needs, as needs themselves are dynamic, historically produced, and shaped by the gains made by the working class through struggle. So a worker in the 1930s in Bangladesh, well, not in Bangladesh at the time, India has to be, a worker in 1930s in British India.
Yes, we'll get a black and a blue one too, Brucey. Don't worry about it.
From the worker in 2020 in India or Bangladesh, or the worker in the US today, right? So because those, what we think we absolutely need to go to work the next day, what reproduces our labor power, it varies between countries, between times, and so what Marx calls is a dynamic process. So in the number and extent of a worker's necessary wants, thus Marx confirms, are themselves the product of historical development, right? So let's go to slide 8. So we can see in the next slide, you know, some of the things that the worker, that we have come to accept as, sorry, the next slide, please. So necessary wants we've come to accept as something that exists. And I want to talk about the two figures here, the correction and law enforcement, in a little bit. But this we take for granted as some of the things today that we take for granted as necessary wants that we have to reproduce as the workers. So if necessary wants, which determine the value of labor power, are historical and dynamic, it follows then that different sections of the working class produced at different moments of history will have different standards of necessary wants, right? The Irish worker for Marx, in direct contrast with her English counterpart, embodied this production of difference. For Marx said that the Irish worker was, and I quote, at that level of wage labor who accepted the most animal minimum of needs and subsistence in her exchange with capital, unquote. Okay, so the Irish worker accepted a much higher degree of exploitation than the English worker, according to Marx. So this version of productive difference then situates difference in the very operation of labor power's reproduction, which means that labor power have already been differentiated, reproduced, even before it reaches the field of labor market competition. Indeed, even the access or entry into labor market cannot be a presupposition, as such access and entry across different sections of the class exists precisely due to differential reproduction. So now let's go back to the correction and the police. Law enforcement, actually, these two categories in any working class community has a very differential effect on Black workers, Latino workers than they have
Equity,
on
equity,
white workers.
equity.
Okay?
She's
The
talking about
kind of
equity right now.
disciplining, categories that exist have very different kind of expectations and notion of necessary wants than between Black and white workers or Latino workers. So attention to social reproductive activities then revealed the specific social processes through which certain workers embodying certain qualities of labor power arrive at the doorstep of capital more vulnerable and degraded than others. Ruthlessly depressed levels of necessary wants for Latino workers in the US is one example of brutally differentiated processes of social reproduction between migrant workers and their citizen counterparts.
They're saying that the production of workers, which again, the private production of workers, which is biological nuclear families having children, she's saying that the private production of workers leads to social inequalities based on race. Does that make sense for everyone? Why would the private production of workers or labor lead to social inequality? Because she's saying that the system of capitalism upholds these necessary things that inherently lead to inequitable outcomes, and that's why we need to take away the private production of workers, and we need to take away private ownership of all of these elements, because they are leading to inherently inequitable outcomes. Does everyone understand? This is again how we're getting to the equity argument. She started off by saying equality can exist under capitalism, so she's attacking it from an equity framework. This is why they've pushed equity into everything, and we always have to keep in mind that equity is about uneven outcomes. It's not about opportunity, it's about outcomes. Yup, James Jones, because the bourgeois can afford to give their children more advantages, better education, etc., which she would argue is a product of capitalism.
The median space per person in a Latino household in the US is 350 square feet, 80 square feet less than that of the average non-migrant family living below the poverty line. Okay, so in a similar vein, I don't need to go through all of this, but if you look at how COVID-19 has affected Black working class communities and Latino working class communities compared to white working class communities, it is very clear that previous processes of social differentiation, redlining, environmental racism, had already made these communities far more vulnerable. So when the disease finally hit, it obviously had a differential response in these communities, as well as, you know, not just those kind of redlining and environmental racism, but where, you know, factories producing environmentally degrading products are cited far more frequently in Black communities than they are in non-Black communities, right? So this has been established. The New York Times have actually done pretty decent reporting on redlining and industrial waste in recent times. So we are looking at then the factor that certain communities are historically reproduced to be more vulnerable even before they hit the labor market, okay? So the idea that the differentiation happens in the labor market, then we need to sort of revise and look at these veins of social reproduction that exists before the worker gets to the door of the labor market. So access to housing, police violence, substandard schools, and healthcare are obvious ingredients that determine the level of necessary wants for a section of the working class, and thereby determine and lower the value of their labor power. But the lowering of value for one section of workers always has a conditioning impulse for all sections. For lower wages for some workers can allow capital to rationalize and lower wages for all workers. So degraded social reproduction of racialized workers thus can help establish a regime of cheapened wages for all. So I want to conclude by circling back to the
Bye,
morphology
Thomas.
of
Have
labor
fun.
power, as within it is fused the argument offered in Capital and the significance of SRT. So while it is true that capitalism tries to produce the working class it needs, Capital Volume 1 shows us that workers' struggle against the wage form is a necessary part of the internal dynamics of the system and its reproduction. The worker will always tend towards the development of her own needs through life-making activities, while capital will continually tend towards limiting such activities to increase its share of surplus value and hence civilization. Collective organizing on the basis of solidarity remains the only way the working class can win this unequally resourced battle against capital. The warning we receive from SRT, however, is that a multiracial working class unity will not arise spontaneously through either left-wing propaganda or voluntarism, for the differentiation of the working class is produced and sustained at a cellular level of the system. It is clear that vicious border policies...
She just argued that the only way that we can create a society that's fair for everyone is if the state takes control of everything, because voluntarism, guys, voluntarism doesn't work. Because this is society's rot at a cellular level. And the only answer that we have to create a fair and just society is socialism or eventually communism, because of course socialism is just the transitionatory method to communism.
Gendered and racialized labor regimes are only some of the ways in which capitalism seeks to globally reproduce the working class in combined but deeply unequal ways. Against this warning, the aspiration we receive from SRT is equally important. As a unitary theory, revealing the relationship between point of production of commodities and the spaces of reproduction of labor power, SRT imbues every struggle for enhanced social reproduction with anti-capitalist possibilities. A working class movement that
Why the
will
fuck
be
am I
able
not?
to give
Hang on.
form to such possibilities.
I don't know why my stream isn't working on Rumble. It says my stream is working on Rumble. I apologize to anyone who wanted to watch on Rumble. It seems like my stream's not working over there. I have no idea why. I apologize.
Cannot simply retrace older cultures of solidarity, but it will have to actively forge new ones. Such a movement must champion with equal vigor working class struggles based in communities around water, around police violence, around housing, alongside workplace struggles. It will have to learn to articulate demands on a double register, simultaneously appealing to the universal and the specific. We should simultaneously demand universal healthcare, but make specific demands for access to reproductive care, for better healthcare for Black people, and so forth. There shouldn't be, these should not be understood as two counterposed strategies, but as two moments in a...
It was my fault. I'm sorry, Rumble. I'm sorry. You missed a lot of the stream, but you'll get the replay anyway. The reason it wasn't streaming on Rumble is because I accidentally didn't click on Rumble when I created the stream. It was entirely my fault. I apologize, Rumble.
Single necessary process. Next slide, please. So if Capital Volume 1 remains one of the most savage critiques of capitalism as a system, SRT, or social reproduction theory, can perhaps be thought of as animating that critique with embodied voices of workers in struggle. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So I assume, so we're guys, congratulations. You made it through the lecture. You made it through the first hour of this stream. And what I suspect is going to happen now is they're going to go into Q&A. Q&A is always the best part because up until this point, she has done a prepared lecture that she has notes for. But when they do Q&A, she has to like ad lib. And that tends to be where they say the quiet part out loud. So everyone hunker down. We're in the back half. If you just joined, please do make sure you mount that like button for me. Mounting the like button again lets YouTube know to offer my stream to other people so that we can have friends come and join us. And so that's really great. Please do also make sure you are subscribed to the channel if you are not already. We do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. So even if you don't get a notification or you don't get like some sort of indication from YouTube that I'm live, I am live every single Saturday at 6 p.m. unless I'm taking a vacation or doing something. So let's get this party started, guys. We're going into the back half.
This is the hole that we fall into at the end of every talk where there would be thunderous applause. I know that that's happening and that there's also feelings of a possible new solidarity. So thank you for the talk. I want to kick off with a question, and then we can start asking folks if they want to put questions in the chat, and we will take them in order. Okay, I want to ask you this question. So I've thought for a long time that the division of labor is one of the fundamental motors of Capital Volume 1 and of capital as Marx sees it. That's not just a static thing or an advantage to capital that labor be divided, but it's a kind of dynamic motor in which it keeps getting divided and redivided for the purpose of increasing accumulation. And I really like that the reproductive space is brought into this by SRT. It was always there, but it's brought into this as an effect of the division of labor, part of the division of labor, almost as though there's a continuum, and that the production floor is right next to the reproduction floor. And these forces are working on both of them. I guess I want to ask if you see them still as, or if you see them as qualitatively different, these two moments, if we should consider them both labor in the same way, if putting them on a continuum makes a stronger possibility for solidarity, and if there have been examples in history where, let's say, the domestic sphere and the production sphere have gone out on strike together. You showed two images and the woman is split in half, but are there examples that you know of where this solidarity has happened?
Great question, Paul. So, so first of all, you know, the division is in a sense, when we're talking about it, we're talking about it to make it easy to analyze, right? So the division is a theoretical division, but in reality, you know, the processes has to happen simultaneously, right? So it's a conceptual division that we've created in order to understand the process. So let me start by saying how it's different rather than how it's same, because I think we've talked about, how it's simultaneous and how it's same. So let's think about the difference. So first of all, domestic labor, while completely the precondition, if you like, to wage labor, right? So if there was no domestic labor, there would be no wage labor. So while it's a precondition to wage labor, however, domestic labor does not produce value. So we could not have equalized time for diaper change across all household units of a social formation, and thereby, produce value from it. So it doesn't produce value in that sense, even though it is actually the precondition to the production of value. So that's one for sure. We cannot have equalization across units. So we cannot have abstract labor in the domestic sphere. It has to be by necessity concrete labor, right? So that's one. And the second thing is that I've said that capital does not have full control over this sphere, but often when I've talked about it this way, it may be misunderstood sometimes by saying that it lies outside of the circuit of value production. Well, it doesn't. So what I mean is it doesn't fall within the direct control of capital. It doesn't mean it lies outside of the circuit. A very simple example would be you working in your garden, or one working in their garden, is a non-value producing work. It's a life-making activity. It's a concrete labor. It's a beautiful thing. However, you can only work in your garden when your wage labor schedule allows you to. So you can't simply work in your garden when you want to. So the way that works...
If we overthrow capitalism, you are going to be able to work in your garden anytime you want. If you just give up the private care of your children and turn your children over to the state and don't expect to have any involvement in the raising or the care of your children, then you are going to get to garden anytime you want. Is everyone on board?
Is the way that work is done is actually shaped by the impulses of wage work, right? So even though it is not, but again, because it's human concrete labor,
not your garden,
it constantly has these potentials for disruption.
Exactly,
and
Chad.
Obviously wage labor does that too. That's what a strike is. But we should also think about the moments of disruption that can happen here because capital doesn't have direct control. To come to the more important question is, when have they ever struck work simultaneously? Let's remember that the two most important revolutions of modern times, the French and the Russian, 1789 and 1905 and 1917, both started off with bread riots, which was, women, and this is acknowledged in all of the contemporary writing, that it was women breaking through, bakers' shops where bread was being hoarded, or looting shops and demanding bread for themselves and their families, that actually sparked off the revolution, which set off then a series of wage strikes, right? So the question for us as social justice activists should be to consider not so much that these two spheres are separate, but to consider that sometimes a resistance will spark in one sphere, but can easily spread to the other, right?
That's very helpful. While we're waiting for people to post some questions, if they have them, maybe I'll follow up. I
They're
wonder
not
if you could
asking any
say-
questions.
This is more of a technical issue in the dialectic, but
Dialectic
I
means
wonder if you could
language.
say a little more about how the domestic sphere or the reproductive sphere is included. So for example, I can see it as a possible point of resistance because there's just other values or purposes. You call them life.
What does reproductive sphere mean? Pop quiz. What does reproductive sphere mean? What is he talking about? Because they again, like anytime you hear the word dialectic, what they're telling you is we are fucking with your language to confuse you. What does reproductive sphere mean? The same as life-making activities. And we've got 2 ladies in with the right answer. Procreation. Birthing persons. Exactly. Reproductive. They're trying to, like, again, take things that are like joyous, momentous occasions, like having a child, and they're trying to like socialist these terms. So they call them reproductive sphere or life-making activities. It's having a baby. That's what they're talking about. Having a baby.
Making, right? And there's remnants of, not just remnants, but full-fledged endorsement of other hermeneutic frameworks like religious ones or whatever it be, outside of the workplace and even inside of the workplace that go alongside it. So you could say, well, life making is a separate value.
Having a baby.
Offer a point of resistance on its terms at times. But there's also a pressure from capital, let's say, to reduce that life-making activity to the absolute minimum, because it's, even though it doesn't contribute to value, or you could say it doesn't, you can't generalize it, so you can't measure value on diaper changes. That's a really useful way to put it.
You can't measure value on diaper changes is how they say that women do the unpaid labor of raising the future worker. That's what that means.
The worker has to, let's say, cover in the value of their labor, not only herself, but her dependents.
The woman has to cover for her value in labor in her dependents. That means women do not get paid to raise children by the state. And therefore, because women are doing all this valuable labor for free, they are being exploited by the system of capitalism to raise the products of their life-making activities for free, so that the products of those life-making activities can become workers to uphold capitalism. So they're making the argument that mothers are inherently exploited by capitalism. And that's why we need to abolish the family and make everything public.
So it's contributing in some way to the value of labor. Like the magnitude of the value of labor is also how much this heteronormative family requires to go on, right? So if capital could get rid of it, I guess.
Heteronormative means the traditional kind of nuclear family with a husband and a wife and 2 kids and a dog. There's also homonormative, which is essentially like what Dave Rubin and his husband do, which is gay people acting like straight people is considered to be homonormative, which under queer theory is considered to be bad. Because again, heteronormative and homonormative are upholding the system of capitalism.
It would, no?
Get rid of the family.
The domestic sphere, reproductive labor as much as
Get rid of the
possible.
family.
I'm thinking of the other side, which
You
is
just
not
said it.
resistance from those other positions, but
so Paula wasn't here earlier. Welcome, Paula. And did he say earlier to reduce the life-making activities? Does that mean making babies? Yes, it does. But they don't want to reduce life-making activities. They want to take the life-making activities and make them a public domain. So what that means is they don't want you to be having your own biological children. They want the state to be producing the children, caring for the children, assigning the parents of those children, because then they can first of all, I mean, they'd probably like assign parents, and like on some level they'd be like, you're gonna get free public childcare, you're gonna get free food, free everything. So they're going to consider these parents to be compensated for their labor. But essentially the idea is that they're taking the production of labor, which is making and having babies, and taking it from the private sphere, which is the nuclear family, and putting it into the public sphere, which is like what happened in The Giver. Exactly. Well done, Reagan.
The interest would be, kind of like, to get rid of it. So it doesn't seem to be possible, but I wonder if you see pressures from that side also, whatever that.
He just said, Yale professor. This is at Yale. This is a required seminar at Yale. He just said the inclination is to get rid of the biological family. Don't tell me abolish the family isn't a thing. This is a 2-year-old lecture from Yale, where the person running the lecture and hosting the visiting professor, who's from Purdue, just said the inclination is to get rid of the heteronormative family. Jenny's getting inky with it. Thank you for the super chat. So they want to equalize exploitation. Yup. By passing the responsibility out unto others and abolish the exploitation by paying for it by the state's centralized resources. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you for the super chat, Jenny. Great point. And then Brody, I'm going to play off this. Brody says this is the definition of you will own nothing and you will be happy. That's exactly right, Brody. But what people don't understand is it's not just that you won't own your own house, you won't own your own car, you won't own your own business. They also don't want you to quote unquote own your own children. People really need to wrap their heads around this. The reason that the woke left is constantly and perpetually attacking parental rights. And guys, if parental rights go down, that's going to be a really big blow. We have to protect parental rights like at all costs, because the reason that they are attacking parental rights is because under you will own nothing and you will be happy, they also mean your children. They consider children to be private property. They want to liberate children from their families. They want to liberate parents from their life-making activities because they believe that parents are exploited when they have to bear the emotional and financial burden of raising their own children. And so they want to pass that responsibility onto the state. So when they say you will own nothing and you will be happy, they mean your children too. And it is very much like Brave New World. Brave New World did this as well. Brave New World had the state grow the children in the birthing pods, and everyone belonged to everyone else, and there were no biological families, and you had access to whatever you wanted, and they kept people drugged up on Soma all day. And if you needed to take a break, all you needed to do was take a Soma. That's it. It's also like Brave New World. Well done, Tom.
That means automation.
Right. Okay, so to get rid of it because it wants more time in the wage sphere, is that what you're saying?
Well, it would theoretically reduce the value of labor if labor didn't also have to provide for the lives of the laborers' dependents, right?
Sure. Yeah, but that's. I mean, let's think about the historical examples here. That's a really, really great point, actually, Paul. And I'm very grateful for it, because we should have talked about it a little bit. Like, let's think about the historical origins of capitalism as a historic system in let's say, you know, northern England, right? So, I mean, this is the where Marx in Volume 1 talks so so laudably about the factory inspectors, right? Because what capital was actually doing was pulling all of the labor into the factory, and therefore thereby completely undermining social reproduction of the working class family. So people were just dying. And I always say, when I teach Capital Volume 1, is that the companion piece is not necessarily excuse me, Grundrisse, but the companion piece is actually Engels's condition of the working class in England, right? Because that shows you in very descriptive ways what.
Well, and Autumn, our resident socialist, is trying to deflect again, and Autumn says, I'm not worried about it because I saw some Yale lecture. Autumn, the woman who is in this Yale lecture has lectured all over the country at universities, all over the place on the same topic. We have watched Abolish the Family presentations a minimum of probably 6 or 7 times, but it's actually probably more than that. I have shown people how this relates back to queer theory. I've shown people how this relates to abolishing the gender binary. I have shown people how this is one of their primary. I have shown you where it shows up in the Communist Manifesto, Autumn. This is not some singular lecture at Yale, Autumn. This is one of the core components of their agenda. And you cannot want to admit it all you want, and you can try to gaslight people all you want. But that's why we watch the whole lecture, Autumn, to show people what's happening.
What happens if social reproduction capital does not kind of close its eyes to that loss of profit by maintaining the working class family? What happens? It undermines its very possibility of existence, right? Because without the working class family, without the life making, there would be no workers, right? So this is,
without the
in
life
a way,
making,
something that we have to actually.
Without the life making, there would be no workers. So we, as socialists, need to take control of the means of productions of the workers, because without taking control of the means of productions of the workers, there would be no workers. Huh.
Think about, really, and this is why I'm so grateful for the point you bring up. We have to think about this very clearly in terms of the current ecological emergency, because accumulation is actually
there's
pushing,
the depopulation argument.
Not so much
I never
in
hear
terms
this.
of the early, in terms of the 18th century or early 19th century.
So this is actually a banner day. You guys are here for an event on Socialism Saturday, because I've been saying that although depopulation is mentioned here and there, I actually don't hear the left talk about depopulation all that much. I hear the right talk about depopulation far more than I hear the left talk about depopulation. But here, she has just said that controlling the number of people born is an ecological priority. So we just got what I'm pretty sure is our first Socialism Saturday depopulation argument. I'm not saying it's a big thing on the left, because it's not. It's not as big as people on the right say it is. But that's definitely a depopulation argument that she just made. I'll play it again.
So this is, in a way, something that we have to actually think about, really, and this is why I'm so grateful for the point you bring up. We have to think about this very clearly in terms of the current ecological emergency.
There it is.
Because accumulation is actually pushing, not so much in terms of the early, in terms of the 18th century or early 19th century, sort of the extinguishing of the working class family, but it is pushing again to point where it's undermining even the possibility.
Okay, so people are having a lot of feelings about the fact that I pointed out correctly that the left almost never talks about depopulation. No, I'm not talking. And don't fucking say every time they talk about climate, they're talking about depopulation. No, they're not. Nope, not true. Stop making shit up. Just because you got one mention, and I pointed out that mention that you got, we're not going to start making shit up and having feelings over the fact that I told you correctly that the right talks about and harps on depopulation significantly more than the left does. I'm sorry, guys. I went to the socialist conference where they had multiple presentations about how they are afraid that the right is engaging in a depopulation strategy. I have heard the left talk about depopulation far more from the perspective of being afraid that the conservative right is engaging in a depopulation strategy, and they don't want the conservative right engaging in a depopulation strategy. That is reality. And you can have all the feelings you want about it, but facts don't care about your feelings. Just because someone says climate change does not mean they're making a depopulation argument. Just because someone says ecological emergency does not mean they're making a depopulation argument. The only reason that this is a depopulation argument is because it is specifically in the context of them controlling the creation of the children. They're not blaming the right for their agenda, Beth. It's not part of their agenda. It's not. I have watched thousands of hours of socialism. This is the first time that I've ever heard them make the depopulation argument. It's not part of their agenda. If it was part of their agenda, we would have heard about it on every single Socialism Saturday. We've heard about abolish the family more than we've heard about a depopulation agenda. We've heard about queer Marxism more than we've heard about a depopulation agenda. We've heard about non-binary and gender ideology more than we've heard about a depopulation agenda. The reason for that is that they don't talk about it. They don't talk about it because it's not part of their agenda. We need to hinge into reality, guys. Just because your conservative influencers say something doesn't actually mean that it's true. Tom J., thank you for the super chat. In the wise words of Hakeem Jeffries, Autumn is a living, breathing false flag operation. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Nope, not what they mean. Nope, incorrect. Not what they mean. You're making shit up. If you're saying guys, stop making shit up. We know from watching thousands of hours of these people, thousands of hours over the last year, that these people are overt in every single thing that they say. They are overt. They don't hide things. They don't obfuscate things. They don't cover things up. They mean what they say, and they say what they mean. Saying they're using this coded language that doesn't even mention depopulation, but really they mean depopulation. Every time they say LGBTQ, they mean depopulation. You know that's depopulation, right? No, it's not. It's abolish the family. Abolish the family is a far higher priority for them than depopulation. And again, facts don't care about your fucking feelings. They don't. Just because you want there to be a depopulation argument and you're desperate for there to be a depopulation argument, and you've heard your right-leaning influencers talk about depopulation arguments and they're making the case that this is all the left thinks about, the fact is the left doesn't fucking talk about it. They're making shit up, and this is making shit up, and every other consideration is just making shit up. Hinge into reality. These people say the quiet part out loud in almost every single thing that they do. No. No. Wrong. If it was on that agenda, they would. We can sit here all night. I will sit here all night and I will debunk every single argument that you guys make in this regard, because I am so fucking sick of this argument being made. And you have all these, they really mean this, they really mean that, they really mean this other thing, they really mean this, they really mean that, it's all a conspiracy theory. This is the one thing that they want to do that they just don't talk about at all. That's literally what you're saying. That we can get them to say the quiet part out loud about literally abolishing the biological family, which they have never made the argument that they are doing from a depopulation agenda. That has not happened. That is not real. You can literally listen to these people advocate for the craziest shit in the world. And you think that the depopulation agenda is just the one thing they don't talk about? That's just it? They just don't talk about it? That's the only thing they don't talk about? Are you fucking kidding me? Be smarter than this, guys. These people are overt. They say what they mean what they say. Stop making shit up. And if you guys want to keep going in the chat, I will literally sit here and argue with you all night. I don't care if everyone stops watching. Rottweiler, depopulation is a very tangential argument. That's correct, because eco-act control. Well, that's true, except that we do not hear these people talk about depopulation. This is the one exception in almost a year of watching hundreds or thousands of hours of this content. Well, but we're not, are we? We're not. We actually listen to what they say. And what they are not talking about is depopulation. Let's see. Does anyone else want to argue with me? Bill Gates is one person who these people don't even like, Kazmar. These people don't like Bill Gates. They don't like Bill Gates. They don't work with Bill Gates. Bill Gates is not representative of the socialist left at all in any way. Bill Gates is a horrible example because these people don't even like him. Next. Let's see. I'm going to bet, Beth, you didn't see it from these people. I'm going to bet you saw it from the conservative right. You may have seen it. I'm not denying that you saw it, but I don't think you saw it from these people. Well, that's not true either, Nate, because we hear them advocate for everything they want in the most overt and aggressive possible terms that they can advocate for it, up to and including abolishing the biological nuclear family, in which they write... Nate, do me a favor. I want you right now to go on Amazon, and I want you to find me books that legitimate socialists have written about depopulation. Go on to Amazon right now. I want your full report in the chat before we get done tonight. Go on to Amazon right now and find me a list of books that legitimate socialists have written advocating for depopulation. I know what that list is going to look like. It's going to be non-existent because they don't exist. On the other hand, I do have socialists writing books about abolishing the biological family. I can give you a list of books they've written about that. But I promise you, Nate, when you go on Amazon, and I'm going to ask for your report back later in this stream because you're pushing this now and I'm sick of this shit. I'm going to ask for your report later of all the books you can find on Amazon of socialist activists, socialists, not your favorite conservative influencers, socialists have written about depopulation and advocating for it. I will look forward to your list later. Let me see. Yes, Sarah gets it. The whole depopulation angle is a conservative grifter talking point to outrage their audience. Exactly. All right, let's continue.
Possibility of value production and accumulation, like pushing the planet to the edge of a climate catastrophe, which will undermine its own condition of possibility, right? So I think this is the dynamic that we have to be attentive to constantly under capitalism, that this, what it can get away with by not giving, and what it is forced to give, albeit reluctantly, in order to ensure this continuous, reliable reproduction circuit.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And I love the picture of capital, the capital system, as being this kind of anxious old person worried about the incursions on all sides. We have some questions, and I want to start with a question by Elena Gomez. If we can unmute Elena, and if you don't mind asking your question.
Hi, thank you so much. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you see the kind of...
Hang on, Nate. I don't want to hear another word from you until you go onto Amazon and you create a list for me of all of the books advocating for depopulation that are written by socialist activists. I want that list of books. And until you give me that list of books, I don't want to hear anything else from you in the chat. You walked into this, buddy. This is a learning stream. You knew that coming into it. Go do some learning. Go report back on how many books have been written about a depopulation strategy by far left activists. We will wait for your report. Thank you. PT, Marxism removes the spark of life. Ain't that the truth, PT? I definitely agree with that. Thank you for the super chat. And then Jen says, speaking about giving up children to the state, though without this film, lower class depopulation and continuing the bourgeois. Has anyone ever seen the film Never Let Me Go? It would be good for a Sunday movie night. I'm not sure I have seen that, Jen, but that is a great suggestion, and I will pass that on to Jennifer, who is responsible for movie night. Thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate it.
Historicization of SRT in relation to Marxist feminism, particularly in the 1970s. I'm interested in kind of whether you see this as like a theoretical departure, or if it's an extension, or if it's kind of out of a different tradition, and whether SRT is able to ask questions that were maybe not available to the theorists such as Selma James and Leopoldina Fortunati, etc. Thanks.
Shall I just answer or wait for more?
Would you like to gather a few, or do you want to answer one by one?
Okay.
It's up to you.
Socialists do this thing in their presentations where they ask multiple questions. They don't ask a question and then answer it. They ask multiple questions at one time, and then they like answer them all in batches. It's a weird socialist thing. I don't understand it. Is depopulation a good campaign strategy? Is abolish the family a good campaign strategy? Is abolish the family a good campaign strategy? Because this is a 2-hour presentation about abolish the family. So if abolish the family is not a good campaign strategy, and yet there is still hundreds of presentations on the internet on this exact topic, if not more, then why wouldn't there be presentations about depopulation? You guys really got to start using your fucking brains. Honestly, you've got to start using your fucking brains. Nope, they're not. They're not. I'm sorry. That's not true. Just because the state controls the children that are birthed does not inherently mean it is going to lead to depopulation. Again, you guys are just making shit up. You have your conservative grifters that are feeding you talking points to get you pissed off. They've been feeding you this talking point for years to get you pissed off. The talking point is ingrained in your head, and now you're jumping through hoops and you're hearing things that are not there in order to confirm what the conservative grifters have told you. When in reality, your conservative grifters made shit up that wasn't real because they wanted to make money by pissing you off, and then they sold you something that wasn't real, that you paid them money to sell you that wasn't real, and now you are desperate to try to prove that it was real when it is literally not real. Don't ever wonder if you are advocating for this depopulation bullshit. Don't ever question why people on the left don't leave the left. Because the reason that people on the left don't leave the left is they are so committed to the left that they cannot see the problems on their own side. And guess what? You're doing the same thing. When you defend your conservative grifters for feeding you mountains of bullshit, when you are desperate to twist anything to have it fit into what your conservative grifters have sold you, you're making shit up. You're making shit up in the same way that the left makes shit up. It's not real. It's not reality. It's not hinged. Be better, guys. We watch this stuff every week for hours and hours and hours every week. If you haven't heard them say it, Beth, I want you, and I appreciate you as one of my queen, as the sole queen of the chat. Go onto Amazon, and I want you to find me a list of books from the far left talking about a depopulation strategy. Go do that right now. We'll look forward to your report back. Thank you.
Let me just try to answer this, because I think it's a very important one. So thank you for that, Elena. So I think, first of all, we should start any discussion about 1970s sort of Marxist feminism by saying that...
Okay, well, if this is a strategy, these people have their own book publishers, Beth. These people write books about everything. These people write books about every minute niche topic in the face of the universe. If this is true, you will be able to go on to Amazon and find a list of books advocating for a depopulation strategy. If this is true. So head over to Amazon. This is going to be easy research because you're not going to find anything. And we will look forward to a list of books advocating for a depopulation strategy.
This version of SRT, as we develop from Capital Volume 1 in more recent times, and you know, just to go back, Lisa
just
Bogle,
because you heard someone say it doesn't mean it's true, Beth.
Pioneers some of this thinking. Lisa's book was actually published in the early 80s. So, you know, even though it has had a sort of regeneration in recent times, and we can talk about why that regeneration has happened, because
Oh, the great boogeyman Klaus Schwab. Okay, Chrissa, go to Amazon, Chrissa, and make me a list of books about the depopulation strategy. I don't want to hear one more word from you in the chat until you go to Amazon and make me a list of books that support your theory that there is a massive depopulation strategy from the left. Go forth and conquer. We will look forward to your report.
I have some ideas about that. Lisa's work actually isn't too sort of modern. You know, Marxism and the Oppression of Women was first published in 1983. So, but it is actually, it forms a departure from the earlier Marxist feminist thinking on domestic labor, okay? Because SRT, as we talked about, we talk a lot about domestic labor, but it is very different kind of placing and positioning and theorizing and exploring of domestic labor, very different from Selma James and Silvia Federici and Leopoldo Fortunati. So the first thing to say,
Chrissa, I don't want to hear one more word from you in the chat until I get that list of books from Amazon, because you're one of the people advocating for this. I don't want to hear what, Krissa, next time I hear something from you in the chat that is not a list of books from Amazon, I'm timing you out. And you're going to take a little break. And in that little break, you can go and look at Amazon.
Is, I think I owe a debt of gratitude, a big debt of gratitude to the 1970s domestic labor debate. Okay, and the reason for that is, remember, domestic labor as a theoretical category lies, the seeds of it lie in Capital Volume 1. The discussion of it happens in...
I do not need another beer. I have a full half beer here. What I am sick and tired of is people making shit up and pretending it's real. And so if people want to continue to make shit up, then those people are going to be challenged to prove their points. Because we don't deal in hypotheticals, we don't deal in outrage, we deal in receipts. I bring you receipts with every single stream that I do. I don't make shit up. I deal with what is right in front of me to show you what is going on. If you can't deal in reality, this is not the place for you. The Blaze is going to be a much better place. The Daily Wire is going to be great. They're going to outrage you, outrage you, outrage you, outrage you, outrage you. Beth, I expect you to be on Amazon right now, Beth. Why are you in the chat right now, Beth? I'm not going to time you out because you're queen of the chat, so you have this privilege. But I expect you to be over on Amazon proving your point. Jen, thank you for the super chat. I know some people who would love Marxism and depopulation was basically the equivalent to MCU's Thanos, but the reality is depopulation is just a sci-fi comic book concept. That's exactly right. Guys, every single time that you focus on problems that are not real, that are made up, that are bullshit, that don't even have receipts to back them up, that are just something that your influencers say to outrage you so they can make more money. Every single time you focus on the wrong problem, you are taking your energy and your attention away from problems that actually matter. You are taking your energy and attention away from things that are more impactful and more important because you're focusing on bullshit and nonsense. This is not just me harping on you for no good reason. If you are focusing on made up bullshit problems, you are inherently not focusing on things that are actually real problems. Okay? So, according to Jan, ain't no books on Amazon talking about a depopulation strategy. Huh. I'm shocked that there are no books on all of Amazon talking about a depopulation strategy. Huh. Would you look at that? And if there was any website in the world that there would be books talking about a depopulation strategy, it'd probably be Amazon. But if you want to venture outside of Amazon and look for books in other places, that's fine too. There is a purpose to making sure that we are hinged into reality and not just making shit up, because the whole point of this is to understand what's actually going on, not to deal in made up fantasy, to listen to what's actually going on.
Early Marxist and socialist thought, one can think about Alexandra Kollontai, but it's kind of that discussion is submerged and lost in history. And it is these comrades and activists and scholar activists of the 1970s who resurrect this category, politicize it, and theorize it. Okay, so we all actually owe a real debt of gratitude to these thinkers and activists. And they don't just theorize it; they actually go to battle on it, right? Which is most important. So, having said that, I also have to say, as you might have guessed, as I indicated, that I
Hang on, we got a super chat from Rottweiler. Rottweiler, thank you. What I meant by tangential was irrelevant. Oh, okay, we can agree on that. But what they say, what they want is communism, and eco-activism is just many ways to attack capitalism. Wasn't pushing for depop because it doesn't add up. That's exactly right. They use eco-activism as a way to attack capitalism, and that's all very real, and they're giant pains in the asses, especially in Europe. But eco-activism does not necessarily mean a depopulation strategy. Thank you for enumerating that, Rottweiler. I appreciate it.
I don't agree with the way they theorize domestic labor, because these theorists argue that domestic labor actually creates value, and I don't think it does. It is the precondition for value, but it doesn't actually create value. So that's a sort of major difference we have in the way it is theorized, and that's, you know, and it because it's theorized slightly differently, it often can have different strategic conclusions, right? So if
Glad you're having fun, Kino.
Realize
good to see
that,
you.
Domestic labor can create value, then we can think about ways in which striking or demanding wages for domestic labor is actually going to disrupt capital. And, you know,
nope, abortion is not a depopulation strategy. Abortion is an abolish the family strategy.
We have to, and again, if there is, you know, if there is a strike to stop domestic labor, as the women's strikes have shown, then that is actually a very powerful means to do that. But we also have to think about the ways in which wage labor has a conditioning impulse on domestic labor, okay? And so to separate those two, in my mind, is not going to be helpful. But,
and Marxists do not like Klaus Schwab and the WEF. They're not the same thing. Really great point, Rottweiler. Thank you.
I want to end with saying that if there is a barricade, then I think all of us are on the same side of that barricade vis-a-vis how we proceed in the feminist struggle. And I think these discussions and debates and differences are actually very productive in rich ways of moving forward.
There's a healthy roll of questions in the chat, so I'll read the next. Do you want to take them one by one, or do you prefer grouping?
It's okay, whichever.
So the next one I'm going to read out from Vanessa Gubbins. Following up on that one, could you say something more about the potential of anti-capitalist charge in life-making activities in relation to the difficulties that can arise due to real subsumption?
Okay, real subsumption in the, could you talk about it a little more?
Vanessa, do you want to hop on and?
Yeah, just tell me how you relate sort of domestic labor or life-making activity to real subsumption.
Having babies.
What did you mean by that?
We're just unmuting and getting ourselves ready. Let's see. Audrey, can you unmute Vanessa?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we have you now.
Hi, sorry about that. Thank you so much for such an incredible talk. I actually think you already answered my question when you were answering Paul's earlier. So, but just to say, I was just thinking of real subsumption as the way in which the reproductive sphere, the life-making sphere, is already determined by what's happening and where capital more directly has an effect. And I was thinking about the later chapters in Capital, where you go from formal subsumption to real subsumption, as once capital has become a totalizing system that affects absolutely everything, and everything is read through that lens. even life-making activities. So I thought that would perhaps, it's
If the vaccine was a depopulation strategy, there would have been a lot more dead people that took that vaccine than there are. The vaccine was incompetent. The vaccine was absolutely a test measure. And of course, the vaccine was completely perfect, YouTube, in every possible way, YouTube. I'm not questioning the efficacy of the vaccine at all. It was perfect. It was the best thing that everyone should do. The vaccine was a test measure to see how they could control people, but it was not a depopulation strategy, as evidenced by the fact that the overall percent of people who took the vaccine, an extremely small portion of them have actually died as a result of that. There have been some deaths that have been reported through VAERS, YouTube, but to say that was a depopulation strategy is made up bullshit. Sorry. They do want it. They want, this is why I feel the need to thoroughly slam down this argument, because the right is so fucking desperate for this to be a real thing. And yet they can provide absolutely no evidence of it being a real thing other than my favorite influencer said so. Well,
what has been read as somewhat of a more pessimistic Marx in some regard, but I think I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on how that could affect the potential, the revolutionary potential of these spheres that are less directly controlled by wage labor.
Okay. No, that's a great question. Thank you, Vanessa. So I'm going to start, I'm going to try to answer that with the lyrics of a union song from the earlier part of the 20th century and the American Union movement. It's a song that I find fascinating because there is a recognition in the early union movement of the unity of these spheres that you're talking about, right? So this song goes, and I will not subject you to my singing, but the song goes, it's a strike song, and it's supposedly from the workers, and it says, something like, my children are 7 in numbers and something, and they're all starving, but the refrain is striking, we're striking for pairs of shoes. And then, then there is another description of, all the things that the family is deprived of. And then it says, striking, we're striking for bottles of milk. Okay, so in other words, there's a recognition in the actual struggle, which is your world of real subsumption, right? Where everything is under the dominance of capital. But the reason why you are engaged in wage labor is not for money, but for what money can buy, right? So in other words,
hang on, Jen McMahon, peoples. It would take way more than abortion and vaccines to depopulate 8 billion plus people, not including other animals. That's exactly right. Let's use our noggins. Let's actually think. And guys, I'm going to make the suggestion that instead of, because we can keep going all night if you want, I will keep slapping down talking point after talking point after talking point after talking point after talking point. But I'm going to make the suggestion that instead of continuing to cling on for dear life to this belief that the left has a depopulation strategy that they never talk about and they never advocate for, and in fact, at their own conferences where no one else is there except other leftists and me, at their own conferences, they explicitly say and have multiple presentations on the fact that they are afraid that the right is engaging in a depopulation strategy instead of continuing to cling on for dear life to this belief that you can provide no evidence for, even when that evidence should be relatively easy to provide in copious amounts if this was actually a leftist talking point, how about instead we pay attention to the presentation? Because we still have a half hour left of the presentation. And if I have to keep slapping down talking point after talking point, all right, Sarah. Sarah is our next volunteer. Sarah, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go onto Amazon and to make me a list of books that leftist activists, not your favorite conservative influencer, that leftist activists have written about the depopulation strategy. And you can share that list of books with us in the chat. We have half hour left of this presentation, Sarah. So you're welcome to, while you're listening, log on to Amazon, make us that list of books. Go ahead. You've heard them talking about it over and over. You've heard them over and over. So it's going to be really easy for you to get us a list of books talking about the strategy. Thank you. Go forth and conquer. But in the meantime, I would like to suggest that conservatives in the chat get their feelings in check and refocus their energy on something that is actually real, that we're listening to right now. And maybe if we do that, we'll be able to finish this stream at some point tonight. Everyone on board? You can keep talking about depopulation if you want, and I'll keep slapping down the talking points. But every single time we do this, we're taking time away from this. Q-Tip is not ready to continue the presentation yet. Q-Tip. These people talk about everything that they want to do openly on the internet. They do not hide it. They do not obfuscate. They do not conceal. They talk about every single thing that they want to do on the internet, including abolishing the biological nuclear family. So if they had a depopulation strategy, they would be talking about it. And not just on the internet, Q-Tip, but again, I've been to their private conferences. When they don't think there's another right-leaning person in sight. Not that I'm right-leaning, but whatever, they think I am. Why at their private conferences, where they are only talking to other leftists, are they saying that they are afraid that the conservative right is engaging in a depopulation strategy? Bet you can't answer that. If anyone else wants to keep going at this, we will keep going at this, but I'm going to suggest we focus on the presentation. Everyone ready to go? All right, excellent.
The relationship between wage labor and life is constant and is actually not ruptured in the consciousness of the worker. Where it gets ruptured is in later sort of both, the left movement as well as the union movement, where we see that in the workplace, we are fighting for wages. Well, actually, let's reverse that idea and say, yes, we're fighting for wages, but we're actually fighting for an enhancement of life. That's
Nate, don't you owe us a list of books from Amazon, Nate? Didn't I tell you that I didn't want you chatting it again until you had that list of books from Amazon that were about depopulation? Now Nate is getting a timeout. And Nate, while you can't chat in on my chat, I suggest you use that 5 minutes, because it's not going to take you more than 5 minutes, I promise you, to go to Amazon and make a list of books that is about leftist activists advocating for depopulation. We'll look forward to that list, Nate. Thank you.
That's why we want higher wages, right? Because we want more relaxation time. We want better healthcare. We want better food for our families. So that union song actually, for me, unites these two spheres in a very beautiful way, because there is a recognition in the early part of the union movement in this country that the two spheres are intimately connected, and we are actually all fighting for life-making activities and the expansion of life-making activities. And in fact, the wage is an unnatural shadow that falls between ourself and our means.
China doesn't have the
sustaining
one-child
that
strategy
self,
anymore.
okay?
Next.
There should not be that unnatural divide between us and our means of subsistence, but the wage is an artificial barrier between those two, which is why, you know, one of the young SRT theorists, Aaron Jaffe, has recently written a short essay where he talks about the potential of these life-making explorations under the pandemic, where, you know, the pandemic has kind of...
From now on, every single person that is trying to distract from the video by continuing to make bullshit arguments about a depopulation strategy is going to get a timeout in my chat, and they can use that timeout to go collect some receipts to make their case for the depopulation strategy. And if they keep it up with arguing for a non-existent depopulation strategy that they haven't bothered to find the receipts to actually prove, because we deal in reality and receipts on this channel, then they will eventually get banned. I'm no longer having it. If you're going to make shit up, you don't belong on my channel, guys. I'm sorry. We don't make shit up here. We provide receipts always. If you can't provide receipts and yet you keep reeing like something's true that you can't provide evidence for, you don't belong here. You belong at the Daily Wire. Go over there.
Agitated the ubiquity and the essential nature of the wage, right? That we constantly go to work and we get the wage and we come home. With the disruption of things under the pandemic, we can see almost transparently the unnaturalness of the wage, right? Because there's been so much secession in the workplace and in the home. We also see what is actually essential work to keep the world going, and it's not stockbrokers and bankers. It is actually life-making activities of teachers, nurses, and people in the home, and care home, etc. So I don't know if this answers your question, but I don't think the architecture of Capital Volume 1 actually never distracts from the fact that under real subsumption, that there is this sort of hegemonic monolith that is capital that extinguishes all possibility of worker struggle. In fact, what it reveals is this constant dynamic of workers trying to win back life-making resources from capital, and capital constantly having to negotiate.
Have a good night, James
Jones.
Jones.
How much it can give and how much it will give or is forced to give.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful.
Thanks, Vanessa.
I want to ask a very short follow-up to that. How can you tell in life-making activities which ones are for life and which ones are for capital?
Huh.
When they're...
The answer is going to be they're all for capital.
Really interesting question. So this is, I think, connected to your earlier question, Paul, that while we think about concrete labor and concretely laboring bodies.
Hang on. Who was this written by? Who was it written by? If it's not a leftist activist, I don't want to hear about it.
We can never forget that we live under the...
And by the way, guys, one single book is not actually what I'm looking for, because when socialists believe something, we can keep doing this all fucking night. Obviously, we haven't gotten the message yet that I'm going to stop the presentation. We are going to be completely distracted by all of this bullshit. I'm not looking for one fucking book. When socialists believe something, they publish dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of books about it. Who is Daryl Bicker? I've never heard of Daryl Bicker. let's see. We're now taking up all of our time to do bullshit because we can't focus for 2 fucking minutes. Darrell Bricker. Darrell Bricker is a Canadian. Congratulations, already missing the mark. Author, pollster, public speaker, political strategist, and political commentator. So someone from Canada, who I'm not actually counting as a leftist activist in the United States. I know that's shock. Let's actually see what the topic of this book is, because we are wasting time tonight instead of actually being productive. This is not a book about depopulation control. The depopulation, Catherine. I'm sorry. This is not correct. Let me show you what this is about. We're delving deep into conservative right bullshit tonight, aren't we? Award-winning journalist, leading international social researcher make the provocative argument that the global population will soon begin to decline, dramatically reshaping the landscape. This is not a book advocating for depopulation. It is not advocating for depopulation. It is making the case that population is going to decline, and that is not the same thing as advocating for depopulation. Does everyone understand the difference between saying this logically is something that might happen and saying this is something that needs to happen for reasons X, Y, B, and Z? Let's look at the publisher. This was published by Random House. This is not a socialist publisher. If this was a leftist activist author, then Penguin Random House would not have published this book. Guys, do you really think I'm not going to fact check you when you are engaging in bullshit? Have we not met? If you try to engage in bad faith bullshit in my chat to prove your point, when in fact you haven't actually given anything that proves the point, and you think I'm just not going to notice? This is about statisticians, pundits, population have warned of a burgeoning population that will soon overwhelm the resources, blah, 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 blah. Other people are saying it's going to be in decline. This is documenting what people are saying. It is not a book advocating for it. Those are two different things. Nice try. Good effort. But you failed on that one. So I'm still waiting for any single person to provide me with one example of one book that is advocating for depopulation. And in the meantime, we're continuing to waste time. We've probably already wasted an hour of this stream on this topic, all because the conservatives are having their feelings tonight, that they're not able to provide one shred of evidence to back up, that are lying about evidence and pretending something is an advocacy book when it's not. Is everyone ready now to move on? Are we ready to refocus? I don't even know what this woman is saying anymore.
Shadow of a systemic reproduction of abstract labor, right? So, so while, you know, kissing your loved one is a life-making activity, you can often, you know, finding time to do so is part of what makes it difficult sometimes, right? So, but what can you tell, but what is life-making activity? I think there are, the problem, the fact that you can even ask that question should alert us to the fact that through historically, life-making activities are continuously commodified, right? So
see, everything is a life maker is
labor
to produce
is
labor.
actually commodified.
That's what I said she was
going
to say.
If you have enough money as a woman, you can get away with not doing a jot of domestic labor and actually farming it out to immigrant women of color who come and sweep and dust and clean and do whatever it is in your home, and you wouldn't have to do a bit of work, right? So capital will constantly, as we know, will try to commodify every element, even in the sphere of life making, right? However, this does not finally, I want to constantly go back to the idea that that does not mean that it always succeeds, that charge and that dynamic of concrete labor continuously remains and actually has to remain if capital has to has to survive. So women or female marked bodies have to give birth. Sometimes they'll give birth under certain kinds of historical conditions and other times under others, but those sort of processes have to continuously take place. And it actually isn't capitalists' worth to actually, factory farm an entire generation of workers, right? It just is.
All right, we're not done yet, apparently, because conservatives are having too many fucking feelings. Wouldn't any book on climate change be another form of depopulation? No. Because unless it is making a specific argument for depopulation, then it is not a book advocating for depopulation. And when I can go on Amazon right now and find a list of books that are advocating for the destruction of the biological family and for full surrogacy to be used to create new workers in the world, then you should damn well be able to go onto Amazon and find a list of books that are going to be leftist activists advocating for depopulation. The reason that you are asking this question, can't we just say that all climate change is depopulation? The reason that you are stupid enough to ask this question is because you know that you can't go onto Amazon and find a list of books written by leftist activists specifically about depopulation. And the next time, actually, you know what? You're going to get blocked now because your job is to go onto fucking Amazon and to take your 5-minute break and to come back with a list of books. If you do not come back with a list of books the next time you chat in, you will be banned. I'm no longer fucking around. Is everyone ready to focus on the actual presentation, or would people like to continue arguing with me? All right, let's proceed.
Isn't the kind of investment it has to make in order to do that, in changing social mores, in creating such factory farms, it just isn't worth it. I mean, it gets this work done very cheaply, free of cost in most working class households. Why should it invest in that kind of a fully well, again, you cannot fully automatize care. I mean, this is the big thing, right? So they try to mechanically reproduce care, especially in the privatized medical industry, and we see the problems with that, right? So when you say that that there are little beepers that the nurse will only stay by your bedside for 5 minutes, and and has to tick on the chart, and the nurse has to complete X number of bed visits per day, it just doesn't work, in the sense that care cannot be mechanized in that extent, and that's a problem that capital has, as it were.
So I'm going to tell my partner that she's not kissing me just to make sure I'm home at the end of the day to make dinner. But I want to turn, now this is a good moment to, I think, turn to Gabrielle Winant's question. I don't know, Gabrielle, I think just maybe left the room, but if Gabrielle is here, this was a question about the commodification of reproductive labor. Can we open up Gabrielle's voice? Okay, Gabrielle is here, but on the phone, but we should still be able to unmute. Would you like, Gabrielle, would you like me to read the question?
It's amazing what happens when I block all the people arguing with me in the chat.
This is the most bizarre way to communicate with anyone.
We
Thanks
actually
for a
get to
great
focus
talk.
on
Gabrielle
things.
says, it strikes me you mainly consider SRT in relation to its input to the value of labor power as itself an uncommodified form of labor. I'm curious what you make of the growing commodification of reproductive labor, which you just began to talk about, which often occurs through the social state in partial or limited commodified forms. What is the significance of the absorption of so much of this labor into the labor market in the last 50 years? And what should we make of the historical limits to capital that have arisen in its employment?
I think by historical limits, I think that's what we talked about, that you can't mechanize care completely, okay? So you can commodify domestic labor and the reproduction of life to a certain extent, but you cannot mechanize or commodify it entirely. And so that would be my first kind of response to you. The other side of it is that when you, my friend and colleague in UMass Amherst, Nancy Faubert, who's a feminist economist, she talks about,
feminist
for instance,
economist.
One of the problems of workers in the care industry striking, right? So she calls it the love problem, okay? So what's the love problem? That often, especially for home health care workers, right? Those who come into the home to care for the elderly, etc., who, by the way, did the majority of the caring for our elders during this pandemic and were primarily women of color, right? And so we're absolutely at the sort of the full blast of the disease, of the virus. So what happens with home healthcare workers? Because care is such a sort of human, I want to say, human and indeed anti-capitalist impulse, right? Care and love.
Care is an anti-capitalist impulse
that we carry as a species. So
they do not believe that human care can exist under capitalism. Really think about that. They think that the state needs to control everything for human beings to be cared for.
Even when you commodify it, it actually creates certain problems, right? So for instance, with a home healthcare worker, she gets so involved in the care of her patient, of her client, the person she's providing care for, that when it comes to striking, she feels, well, I can't strike because this will leave this really vulnerable person high and dry, and this actually will affect their life chances. So how can I strike, right? So this is something that care workers face all the time in terms of striking, that whenever, as we all know, there was a wonderful wave of teacher strike in this country 2 years ago in 2017, the first thing was, oh, how could you be so selfish and strike? Because this affects the lives and futures of our children. Okay, so when nurses go on strike, how can you possibly strike? Because you are endangering the health, the very life, the messy, fleshy life of human beings, right? So care work, this kind of, so in other words, it is not just care work is commodified, but the impulse to care is often weaponized by capital to actually stop care workers from striking, right? So that very impulse that makes us human, capital weaponizes against us. So you can't strike because you ought to care. I think my answer to that, I learned actually from concrete worker struggles. So workers then had to devise a way to actually frame their struggle, which shows that they're striking because they care. So it is because they care for the future lives of their students, of their patients, so that they may care properly and sustainably, that they are striking. So in other words, you know, in all of these care work strikes that you, if you follow, as I do, you will see that workers reframe the struggle into actually talking about the depth of care that they have for their patients and for their students, and which is why they're forced to strike, right? So, I remember 2012, the Chicago Teachers Union, when they went for strike, that was like, you know, the first teacher strike in so many years of recent memory, and it was such a great strike. And remember that for the Chicago teachers, 80% of their students are students of color, okay? And you know, the mayor of Chicago at the time closed schools mostly on the south side of Chicago, where, you know, all the Black children and Latina children went to school, right? So but the framing, I thought, of this Chicago teachers strike was so wonderful, said that our working conditions are our students' learning conditions, right? So in other words, unless our working conditions improve, we are not able to love and care for our students in the way our students deserve, right? So it was a very interesting, to me, learning process for us to see how workers in struggle, just as Marx predicted, actually can reframe the struggle for care into talking about real substantive care rather than the weaponized care that capital forces upon them.
It makes me think of a beautiful thing that tends to happen in strikes and in group actions, that there's a kind of care that arises among the strikers that's really very different than anything we're talking about, kind of the ideal. Okay, we have a set of questions, and I'm mindful of your labor power.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
So we'll go a little longer. You
Sure.
okay? Okay.
Absolutely.
Are there worker demands that are better at disrupting capital
Yeah.
than others? That
That's a
is,
great
are there good
question,
and bad
because,
demands?
you know, when we say we want more public service, right? We want more state intervention in the market. So we want these services taken off the market, taken off privatized sphere and into public control, right? So that sounds like a great demand, that we're saying that healthcare should be public, or education should be public. We should have public laundries and so on. But we're also saying at the same time, if we go via Foucault, we're also saying that
Foucault,
means
bingo
that
word.
the capitalist state is actually in charge of this, right? So, which ought to be a scary prospect, right? So, so we are saying healthcare, education should be public, but the word public actually hides, in a way, the idea that what we mean by public is also the capitalist state, because we are asking for state control, as it were, right? So, so I think that's a very interesting and important issue that we ought to be discussing. What are the limits? And this is where I think Marxist state theory is something that we have to, this should be like the sort of next chapter of social reproduction theory. Like, how does social reproduction theory engage with Marxist state theory, right? because I think it has to in a way, because the state is both the repository of the disciplining functions of capital, as well as the public functions of the reproduction of life, right? So for instance, when this early, I don't know if you're in Paul's class, but Emerson, but in Capital Volume 1, Marx, as I said, is absolutely full of praise for the government inspectors who come into the factories and inspect those conditions. He goes through all these blue books of the inspectors, and
hang on, I got a super chat coming in. Oh gosh, I have too many screens. Jen, thank you for the super chat. This is just theory and hyperbole, but it's like what they're hinting at is reverse engineering all humans to turn us into automatrons, kind of like the song In the Year 2025 by, I don't know how to pronounce that, Jen, but thank you. I do appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, they want to create, I mean, it is certainly true that like they want to, it's very inhumane what they're talking about, isn't it? I wouldn't say automatrons, but like NPCs. I would go along with NPCs. All right, guys, we got about 16 minutes left of this presentation. We are almost there. You guys are doing a great job. Please make sure you mount that like button. And remember, Socialism Saturdays every Saturday at 6 p.m. If you want me to yell at you when you're making shit up in my chat, it is a great time for me to yell at you when you're making shit up in my chat. Probably would have already been done already, but we're almost there. It's all good.
Especially his chapter on the working day. And that is where we are talking about that even in the sphere of production, in the point of production question, that Marx is welcoming state oversight over simple operation of private capital. Right?
Indeed.
That it's
yes.
only the capitalist state that steps in to actually regulate how wages are determined on the factory floor, and the fact that capital is actually undermining its own condition of possibility. So it's the capitalist state steps in and says, okay, you need to stop and we need to reconfigure the whole thing here. And so labor laws are passed and so on, hours of work. But it's the same today, right? So we are asking for
good night, Danielle.
The government to step in to regulate
Thanks for stopping by.
or education, as it does in several Nordic countries. But we cannot forget that it is the capitalist state, right? So it's not the we are not talking about workers' control over the process of production. So the capitalist state will have, will impose the law of
John Morgan is a terrorist.
The law of
go fuck yourself, John. I say that with love.
Expect otherwise from it. This is where I think social democratic governments will join the First World War, 1914, right? And shock Lenin and Luxembourg into it. This is why social democratic governments today are often virulent practitioners of border control, that they want strong borders against migrants because they want to control the distribution of the wage within their own national economies, right? So on the one hand, and this is why this contradiction of the capitalist state providing life-making activities, on the one hand, we celebrate, we absolutely want free healthcare, free education from our taxes, right? But we cannot forget that the state ultimately will also impose the law of value, okay? Because it is the capitalist state, it's not a workers' state. So for instance, what we see is this dark development in recent times that in the Nordic countries, there is this argument that yes, we have healthcare, but it is only for Swedish workers. So all these immigrants need to be driven. Yes, we have good free education, but it is for our lovely white children and not these Muslims. You know, I was shocked when I went to Copenhagen last year. It seems like a million years ago that we used to travel. So and
hang on, we got another super chat coming in from Renan. Renan, thank you for the super chat. California Insider released an interview about a parent whose child was indoctrinated in school and almost transitioned. Well, I mean, that happens on the regular in California, Renan, so that doesn't surprise me at all, but I'll definitely look into it. Thanks so much for the chat.
Where the left-wing papers were filled with stories of how Muslims were actually, Muslim immigrants had to live in ghettos and had to follow an entirely different program of sending their children to school and daycare from the, you know, the good white citizens who were full citizens in the country, right? So we can see that even the generalized reproduction of life-making activities, which we support under the aegis of the capitalist state, can have its own limits because it is the capitalist state and not, you know, a workers-controlled cooperative or what have you.
Right. So basically, the kind of principal differences between like the good and bad demands are mostly in terms of like the status of the state, of like racism and democratic versus authoritarian tendencies. So like we can see.
Oh, he thinks socialism is an authoritarian. Oh, how cute.
Nazism or whatever.
Cute college student.
Ways we should distinguish them.
Has no idea what he's talking about.
I'm not sure I understood.
Just that my original question was like the principal demands between the social reproduction demands, which are disruptive versus non-disruptive, have to take in all those other contexts, basically.
Of course, yes, yeah. That is.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I want to, if you still have the energy, give the floor to Paul Reiter to ask a final question.
Of course.
Oh goodness, that's a lot of pressure. After such an incredible talk and a wonderful discussion as well. Thanks so much. I have a question, a couple of questions, but I'll limit myself since the hour is so advanced and just ask this one. You know, you started out talking about or positioning your argument in response to one that suggests that the book is really very much focused on abstract labor, and that's ultimately what's at stake here. And I thought you did a really wonderful job of debunking that in a theoretical way. And I wonder if there's also a more, since so much of this is about the relation between the theoretical and the empirical or historical in Capital, if there's an empirical way to push back against that as well. And because it seems to me that outside of the working day chapter, there are just so many places in Capital where Marx points out the tendency of the system to exploit a particularly vulnerable population and use that to make conditions generally worse or gain a kind of general advantage. And so that even if he doesn't frame this point as a kind of in part of this theoretical argument, it emerges as as part of the argument that he's making, that there's a tendency in this system systematically to go after vulnerable populations, so that if there's any inequality at all among the workers, that inequality will be exploited. And since it's very hard to imagine that there could ever be any total lack of inequality among the working population under capitalism and its various pressures, that it therefore seems very unlikely that this book would be suggesting that these inequalities other than class inequalities are somehow incidental to capitalist exploitation. That there's an accumulation of evidence that you could present, in other words, in response to this, in addition to the theoretical argument that you're making.
Oh, I completely agree. And I think, you know, when I say that SRT takes issues with certain formulations in the way labor power is presented in Capital, I mean, I always couch
Ain't it
that
always the
in-
case,
in
Sandy? Ain't it
saying
always the
in
case?
the general framework that SRT only exists as a theory using Capital Volume 1 as its architecture, right? Because it is from the understanding of how labor power is crucial to the functioning of capital and how that has a and how that creates the conditions of possibility of the system as a whole, that the starting point of that is Capital Volume 1. And there are several passages in the text itself that point us back constantly to this reproduction of labor power and its various modalities. What Capital Volume 1 doesn't do, but what Marx himself does in other texts is talk about the gendered and racialized nature of the reproduction of labor power and the effect it has, right? But I completely agree with you that the text is actually peppered, it's studded with various issues about the potential of concrete labor, of the potential of the spaces of the reproduction of labor power becoming the sort of anti-capitalist resistance to wage labor. So, I mean, you know, you never get the impression through the reading of the text that the dominance of abstract labor is complete or even absolute in it. It is that way in the form in which the system operates, but you get this constant understanding of the dynamic, the pushbacks to it throughout the text. So
well, there is frequently this message that in some ways things getting worse is progress, because it galvanizes workers' resistance and it ripens the conditions under which some sort of meaningful change will occur, right? I mean, in the Working Day chapter, there's so much back and forth where he points out that the laws that regulate factory labor, that yes, you know, this is a positive thing. On the other hand, they've had these negative unintended consequences of intensifying capitalist production in some ways, making it even more ferocious because it has to operate within a more limited time framework. But at the same time, then that what you could see as a setback has the effect, in his estimation, of bringing about conditions that will hasten the advance of the workers' movement, and so ultimately that, you know, could be a good thing. I mean, this is obviously a discussion that could go on, because you're at the point of, and this is of course, one of the challenges of the book, that it is so big and diverse, and there are moments where, or there is some amount of variation among the different parts and contradictory statements, or at least contrasting statements, and what reading you'll come up with can depend on which parts you choose to emphasize. These parts where Marx seems more optimistic, or parts where there's a certain mood of pessimism that sets in, and to make your arguments stick, if you're going to argue in this way, you know, then you have to really catalog exhaustively and show at the end of the day that you have a lot of evidence in support for what you're saying. And I mean, I do think that there's a lot of evidence to support what you were just saying. And in any case, I feel like I'm now going from the question mode to the comment mode, and I don't want to do that, because this is, you know, your presentation. So let me pull back and give you a last word.
Oh, that was excellent. Thank you. No. I wish we had more time. I always think that, even after 2 hours of everyone all this talking. So I want, obviously, this is the starting point, I hope, of more discussions on this subject. I just want to frame, use what you said as a point of departure about the sort of intensification of accumulation, urging workers to higher levels of struggle. I just want to use that as a point of departure to say, but in our current times, I think we have to frame that somewhat in the context
Have a good one, Barefoot.
of the
good to see you.
crisis, right? So we can think about, expanded reproduction and extensive drive for accumulation, urging workers' struggle, but it may all be too late in the sense that, the planet may have moved, may have moved beyond a tipping point where such struggles will ultimately not yield the results that we want, that we may not be able to move to an alternative system of capitalism. And I think here, I find Walter Benjamin quite useful in thinking about our current moment in terms of the planetary crisis looming over us, that we think about workers' struggles more as a brake upon this hurtling train of accumulation.
Bye, Jen. Have a good one.
More as a break than as necessarily anything else. That we have to first stop, the current sort of constant drive. We have to think about worker struggles because otherwise the train is going to.
They all come from rich families, Milo.
Train,
come on,
not just capitalists, and the train is going to hurtle beyond everybody's control and to the common ruin of contending classes, as the famous quote goes. But I don't want to end on that extremely dark note. I want to end on the note that kind of possibility of the common ruin of contending classes is constantly being challenged by a new generation of uprising, as we saw over the summer, the most fierce and the most wonderful multiracial uprising that we saw that challenged the very processes of
they call it the George Floyd uprising,
and the children's strikes that we saw last year against ecological devastation. So I want to end on that note and look towards those kind of horizons as our possibilities for the future.
And we thank you for that and for the talk. A great round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Would be
all
happening.
Right.
Thanks again for coming.
Guys, you did it. You made it through a 2-hour stream with at least half an hour of me yelling at you about believing something that is not real, but mostly focusing on social reproduction theory, which is also known as Abolish the Family. So now we know that anytime we hear social reproduction theory, we should be thinking Abolish the Family because that's what it is. Well done. If you made it through the whole stream, that's 4 hours of socialism in your day today. All right, guys, I am going to be retiring for the rest of the night to go spend some time with my husband to do husband and wifely things. And so I just want to remind everyone that I do usually take Sundays off from streaming. Okay. I still duo Trendolin a whatever podcast reaction, and I promise I'm going to do the whatever podcast. I just need to find time to do it. I'm not saying it's going to be tomorrow because I got other stuff to do. But Amazon Eve, thank you. Amazon Eve, can you please cut out the Jew shit in my feed on Twitter? Listen, I'm not going to get into an argument with you about it. I'm really not. Like, you're allowed to believe whatever you want. I just want to see less Jew shit in my feed, Amazon Eve. All right? Thank you, though, for the super chat. I do appreciate it. All right, guys, I do just want to remind everyone that if you would like to join us for movie night tomorrow in the supporter Discord, then the very best way to do that is by signing up as a paying member of my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Tomorrow, I will be sending out an email that's going to look like this one and this yellow one down the corner, and that is an email newsletter. And at the bottom of that newsletter is going to be the link to join the supporter Discord. Get onto the supporter Discord, come and join us for movie night tomorrow at 8 p.m. And you'll also be supporting the work I'm doing in the process. And I do really appreciate it. All right, Patriot Spirit. That's okay, Patriot Spirit. You can go back to the beginning. It'll be fine. I promise you. But guys, have a good rest of your night. Thank you for joining me for Socialism Saturday. Take care, and we'll see you on Monday.